Hi, welcome in, you guys. I'm just getting things set up. I know I have not been live in a few days. I've been trying to edit and get a lot of things done. The big one right now is if you live in the state of Utah, Jace Medical did drop a Jace Go case. And then we dropped a $100 gift card for freeze dry wholesalers also in it, along with some other preps. And it is a treasure hunt. It's a giveaway. So if you can figure it out, the hints are all over TikTok and IG. Hello, LKM. How are you today? Hi, Bushwookie. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hi, Elva. Oh, no. Unforgivingly American. That sometimes happens. I've had my comments disappear too. I'm so sorry. Hi, Brittany. Welcome in. Hello, Aubrey. Hello, Desiree. Hi, Abraham. Hi, Steve. Oh, you did, Steve? That's awesome. That interview was a lot. Like, it was good. I felt like we really touched on some really good subjects. It's 7 in the morning. Hello, Sally. Hi, Hope. Melee. Oh, yeah. Melee's great. Because then you're not actually losing a resource. I agree wholeheartedly in that. Melees are amazing. There's so many of you guys that are new here, so I want to get to know you guys. So if you guys didn't know, on TikTok, I was a content creator and a live creator. I do both. And then over here, I also do both. So there's a ton of really awesome new videos coming out, but I am a one-man show or one-woman show. So it takes me a little bit to try to edit through everything. Thanks, Aubrey. You got a pressure canner, Desiree, and a water bath canner and ball jars. Good job, because that is going to be something that there is going to be a shortage on, because the steel used in the lids is imported most of the time. I'm hoping that they'll source something different, but I have a feeling we'll see a shortage. Hello from Wyoming. Oh, it's Brittany. It's B from TikTok. Hey. Hello from Colorado. Thanks, MX. Hi, Scott. Welcome in. Welcome in. So if any of you guys are from Utah, there is a Jace Go case that's being given away right now. I've been doing all of the promos for that all week. That's why I haven't been around as much. So every day I'm releasing like 2 more hints to where the scavenger hunt is so you guys can win. I think canning is one of the best ways to preserve food, and you can do it right at harvest, so you're not losing that nutrition value. Jeez Louise, I'm already stuttering today. Oh, very nice. That is really good advice. So there was people out there. People have figured out the general idea. They just haven't located it. So I think on Friday tomorrow when I release the rest of the clues, because all the clues will be released, there's going to be like one more tonight, and then there will be more on Friday. But Friday and Saturday in the morning, I will be out at the location just to kind of like give the idea like, hey, you're in the right area. You're from Oregon. Wow. Thanks. Welcome in from Oregon. I used to live in Oregon a long time ago. I don't think the reporting stopped over on TikTok. Unfortunately, you raise rabbits and quails for your egg source. So it is simple. Rabbits are really quick, and same with quail. Right now in the other room, I have ducks, and then I have 6 baby chicks, and then in my normal flock, I have 8 chicks. But I used to raise rabbits when I was younger. We did rabbits and meat chickens. store food for your ducks, or for your dogs. It's hard because with dog food, so the way I stock up on dog food, so the big thing to remember is the fat component of dog food can go rancid, but dog food actually has a really long shelf life. So if you think about your kibble, kibble has about a 12-month, I want to say 12 to 16-month shelf life in its bag. So what I do is I stock up on it. Like I have a huge 85-pound German Shepherd, and I'm constantly buying dog food, and I stock it up, and then I use a Sharpie on it and I write the oldest. And so then I'll rotate the oldest because he'll go through dog food really quick. Another way that I do it is here. You guys, since so many of you guys are new in here, I'll kind of take you guys on a tour. But down there, so this is just my like studio. This is the teaching room. And so not everything is in here. This is just how I kind of display things. I do have canned dog food here. And then I do freeze dry a lot of meats for my dogs. Hello from the UK. Hi, Rhonda. Welcome in. Oh, thank you. There's so many new names and new faces in here. It's really exciting to meet all of you guys. I do a lot of live creations and answer questions one-on-one. And then I also do videos too. How many dogs do I got? I have 3. I have 3 large. So this is just a studio. Once again, this is just where I film. It makes it very simple and it breaks it down so anybody can feel more empowered when they're prepping. That is just basic steps, and I show each one. So every bin that gets put in this room starts off empty. We fill that bin. That bin disappears to my actual real food storage, and then we continue. Now, the wall over here, I'll take you guys. You guys want to go on a little tour? All right. So this and this is actually my rotational pantry. This is what I use on a regular basis, is these 2 shelves on a regular basis. And then you got your freeze-dried food, and then everything else just disappears to a different place. Because once again, we want to talk about, we don't want to store everything in the same place. Because what happens if, say, your location becomes compromised? That's a possibility. I take that risk every day with teaching people what my family taught me. See, when I was a kid, prepping wasn't this, it was more common. Thank you so much, Billy D, for taking care of the trolls. I appreciate that. Hi, Damon. Welcome in. Welcome in. Do I have ammo? Yes. Yes, I do. There are certain things I cannot show on live on here, but I can show that in videos. Absolutely. Oh, you've been watching all my older stuff? Nice. A lot of the stuff was like compilations of previous TikTok stuff being moved over until I figured out how I wanted to edit and do more. Have I started my garden? Yes. Yes. So I can just show you some of my plants. I did kill off 2 pepper plants. They're just a little wilted. But right now I got my peppers here. But today we just had snow here in Utah. We get a lot of false springs, and it was 70 degrees yesterday. And then today was snowing. And while I was on live on TikTok, I was outside wrapping my peach trees and my apple trees with blankets and sheets to protect their buds so that I don't lose my harvest for this year. Yes, all of my shelves are they're all attached to my walls. I feel like because there is so many new people in here, we're going to have to get to know each other. So here's some fun facts. All right, since we don't know each other very well yet, and we're going to be getting to know each other. All of these are hard fastened to the walls. Why? Because I lived in Alaska and I went through a 7.4 earthquake. Now that I'm in Utah, it's not as much of a risk, but it still is a risk. So I do have them fastened on the top, bottom, and center on all of my shelving units. Thanks, JB. I'm going to try to go back through. There is a lot of people in here, and I'm trying to hit all your guys' comments. Oh, I have a lot of food for my dogs. I'm trying to go back through. There was a troll. Suggestions. So, Unforgiving American. My dog is actually in protection training. He's in level 1 and he's about to graduate and move into level 2. So, he has been going through very strict obedience school for months now, and then now he is actually in bite training. And Jim asked about my garden. Yes. Ammo. Yes. Food, do you prefer duck eggs or chicken eggs? So duck eggs are higher in protein than chicken eggs, but I do like chicken eggs more, but I have both. Now, I've never had like adult ducks as an adult. Right now, they're just little ducklings, and we're moving back into that phase. When I was a kid, we had turkeys, ducks, chickens, and we had quail, but our dog used to eat them quite often. I would never ever, so on Mylar and kibble, I would not do that because of the fat content in it. It could go rancid very quickly. I have read The Art of War. It's a really good book. Can you explain what you do with water? So with water, I have multiple tanks, and they're about 270-gallon water tanks, and they are earthquake strapped to the wall. And when I preserve my water, I actually use bleach. It's very simple, very easy. And then I rotate it about 6 to 8 months, like right in there. We've got trolls heavy. How many moderators do we have in here today? You're in Georgia. Georgia, how warm is it in Georgia? JB, you like seeing the land? It is. It's a really interesting landscape because Utah is very diverse. So literally 20 minutes away, we're in the Rocky Mountains, and it kind of just breaks up between the valleys. And I've only owned it since Black Friday. How much does politics influence my prep, or am I more religious? I am not a political prepper, and I am not a religious prepper. I grew up this way. This is the way my family raised us, and this is just completely normal to me. I don't let politics influence my prepping, and I'm not religious. So welcome in from Australia. It'd be a great idea to build standing hydroponic system. So the property is so new, I can tell you what we've done with it. So we just got storage containers moved out onto it. Now I'm building the solar on top of it and the rainwater collection system out there. Once that's done, I believe we're starting the drilling process for water. So the biggest issue is making sure to have water. So James says, what's scary is what you're showing. So this is actually a classroom. This is literally a studio. I grew up doing this, and it is important that people learn how to do this. And this is not my first rodeo with this comments. I have been doing this for like 7 years on social media and teaching people the correct and proper way for food preservation, how to can and preserve and grow their own food. I've been doing this a really long time. Yes, I am new to YouTube, and that is fine, but I have been doing this a very long time. So what I did is I built this room. If you guys didn't know, I built this room. There is concrete walls behind me. It helps keep the temperature down in here so that I don't lose nutritional value inside of my stockpile. I also own multiple homes and have a tunnel system under one of the other homes, and that is the same system that my grandpa created because he was a prepper. So anyways, teaching people is very, very important because the world we live in is very uncertain. I'm trying to go through these comments. They are coming in so fast. Hey, moderators, feel free to mute if people are going to be cursing me out. I'm not your mom, and I'm not going to train you. So, but this room was designed, it is just a simple studio space. If you can see, it rotates over, and that is where I film. It is very small. This is nothing. So it's not dangerous for me. If you come here, you have a better chance of looting a store in your own town than trying to do that. And that's not my first time of hearing those kind of comments. Duck egg screw up recipes, they're huge. I could imagine you'd probably have to fracture it in half. Your dog eats eggs and steak at night. Nice. My dogs eat raw eggs every day. I'm trying to go back through all of this. Am I frozen? Yeah, people are wild in here today. Thanks, Little Red. Okay. Wendy, I think you're having the problems, not me. You might want to swipe out and then come back in. I don't think, Dawn, I don't think I have any videos of that up on this app. I think I have one on TikTok, but it's probably buried under like 5,000 videos. Y'all know nothing's ever going to happen. That's actually one of my favorite comments. So I appreciate Triangle Sphere to say that. That's actually such a contradiction in the name, but I like it. Nothing's ever going to happen. How many times have you guys heard nothing is going to happen ever? Nothing. And something happens. See, we just left an era about 4 years ago. So one of the biggest things that my family taught me when I was a kid is that grocery stores were fragile. That was one of the biggest things. My grandpa was born in the early 1900s. And when I say early, 1910. And he believed truthfully that grocery stores were for the elite. And that was something very preached to us. And so we homesteaded and did our own to preserve as much as we could. And we would store up on what we could not grow ourselves. So we hear all the time that nothing is going to happen. Do you guys know, like, from a prepper standpoint, right? You have your list. You have your list of things that could happen. First of all, a job loss is one of the very most likely things to happen to you at some point in your life, a job loss, and you should prep for that. Just the same idea of keeping money in your savings account, you prep for a job loss. Then you prep for natural disasters. Try to tell the people who have been through, I don't know, how many hurricanes, that nothing's going to happen. Things happen. Things happen all the time. It's not that conversation. It's more of a reflection of you. More of a, I haven't prepped, so now I'm going to lash out on you and I'm going to treat you really bad. So when I hear nothing's going to happen and then something actually happens. So what happened exactly 4 years ago? Almost 5. Yeah, 5 years ago. What happened, guys? Does anybody remember? That was considered part of those conspiracy theories that would never happen. A pandemic and a supply chain collapse. Things happen. How long do you keep your meat in your freezer? Just myself, I'm worried about how much food I'm going to waste if I buy. So I buy a whole cow and we go through it throughout the whole year. So nothing ever gets wasted. We believe to eat what we are purchasing, and that's one of the ways that we cut so many costs. People will always try to tell you that nothing is going to happen, but remember, truthfully, that's a self-reflection of the fact that they are not prepared themselves and then they want to lash out and take it out on people. Oh, that's interesting, Dawn. I haven't tried that. How do you prep when you live in a small space? So one of the best ways that I learned was Troy, thank you so much. Thanks for sending. He just sent out 10 gift memberships, you guys. Thank you so much. So one thing I remember is when I got home from Iraq, I lived in an apartment and I went right back to my normal, the way I was trained as a child and always prep. And I didn't have a lot of space. It was a really tiny space. So I got really creative. So I actually stored a lot of my preps underneath my couch, in the back of my closet. My shoes were never on the ground. They were always like on some sort of storage. I did in the back of the closets, like up on the top, the empty spaces. I used to store water behind my couch. And guess what happens? You can drape a black sheet over it. It looks like it's part of your furniture and nobody's going to know anything different unless they look around. So you can get really, really, really creative with the way that you choose to store, especially if you have a small space. You actually are more equipped to coming up with problem solving skills and being like, okay, I want this, but I'm not sure how I'm going to make this work in my lifestyle. And you'd want to only prep things that you were going to use. Obviously, we don't prep to hoard, we prep to use it. Oh, Jim, most of your family was out of power and now they're buying generators. That's so smart. So for water, for me, I rotate it about every 6 to 8 months. I've had no problem with it going to a 1-year mark. I just don't like to have that risk of it building any kind of film. But I've never, like some of my containers, one was a year old over there and I went to empty it and there was no filming. But I just set a timer in my phone and I just kind of monitor it. I'm happy to be starting. I started getting extra water and shelf-stable items this week. Perfect. Mariah, are you applying the buy one for now, 2 for later, and only the food you eat? Because then that way, if say one of your so for instance, for our family, when we wanted to do body armor for everybody and we wanted to upgrade, we cut into our food budget. So then we cut into our rotational pantry. So we saved as much money from our grocery bill as physically possible so that we could invest on better gear. You have a large pond on your property? Use a Berkey? Yes, that's perfect, Steve. Jim, you're 100% off grid and you love it. That's the goal. That is the goal. 1 for now, 50 for later. I agree, Mark. But if I say that, people get really freaked out on the internet and TikTok likes to make everything go viral. So I do the buy 1 for now, 2 for later, or 30 or 40. I mean, that's your business. It ain't my business. I'm starting hydroponics. I do not do hydroponics. I do grow inside throughout the winter, but I have not invested into a full system. From a spring at the bottom. That's true. Have you guys ever heard of the circle of life with ponds? Have you ever seen that setup? I'm very curious. So I saw this when I was reading a book. It was out of one of my grandpa's books, and I just saw it in a newer book recently. But in one of my grandpa's books, it was he took the meat rabbits and the droppings went down into a container, and the container hosted worm castings, and the worms fed the fish. And one of his friends drew it out. I'll have to find it, but it's literally from like 1950s that him and his friend were drawing out what they were going to do, and that they had seen it in another book. And I found it in the other book that because he cited it. I do berry prep caches. Yes, we do have caches. It's an amazing system. And so now that's what I want to do. Learn more about greenhouses. That's what is going to be happening very soon out of the property, is getting a greenhouse up. So what I do is I just have mini constructed greenhouses inside my own house. Utah's a little weird. So we get super hot from like June on, and then everything goes to seed. Like it will sprout really quick. Now, in the winter, I can grow a lot of things indoors, but I haven't done hydroponics yet. And I'm just looking for more space. So the property was just only purchased in November. So we're just starting to build up on that. Now, at my mom's house, I do have a greenhouse there, and it works really, really well. And I'm able to grow here broccoli, quite a few things throughout the winter, but it's more cold hardy because it does get cold here, and I don't keep the greenhouse heated full time. And my mom passed away this June, so it makes that a little bit harder. Rhonda asks, how do you deal with the fact that everybody knows you're a prepper? I don't tell anyone. So nobody really knows. So most of my family friends all actually think I'm a political comedian on social media. Don't ask where that rumor came from. It's hilarious. I just kind of set this way. Now, because my family has done this for so long, it is not shocking to any of my friends or family that I garden and I can. Do they know what else I do? No. But they're not shocked by it because my family was very well known for having their own food, growing their own food, and canning. And my grandma used to actually teach canning classes. But I don't just like walk up to people and go, hi, this is what I do. Hi, welcome in. With my kids, quite often, recently it hasn't been since December. So they haven't done any training. They just started to do shooting. My son is his very first time. He is only 8, but he's doing really, really well with it. You start to keep a 2-week food journal and write down everything you eat for 2 weeks. Ooh, that's very smart. Presto, then you know what you need. Yes. There's no Lay's. Somebody thinks that those are Lay's chips. Those are not. That's all freeze-dried food. Those are not Lay's chips. Yes. So, Dawn, you can use applesauce to replace eggs. I just have ladies here. How do you mark your GPS map location, your cache for retrieval? I own where they're at. Where the caches are, I own. And then some of the areas I don't own, but I do know that it's quite a trek. And if somebody was going to hike as far as I hike, I'd be impressed if they found it. If you build a greenhouse out. That's inventive. Never heard of that before. Troy, oh my gosh. Thank you, Troy. You did not need to do that. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. Oh my gosh, thank you. Do I store a lot of ammo? Yes. Yes, I do. There's not a lot I can show on lives. I noticed that there is rules over here, same as in TikTok, but I use different containers. And then like, if we're talking like stocked up magazines, we probably have, I want to say 75 mags all loaded. And then 10 40 rounders. And those are all loaded. And then we have our actual storage on it. So if you guys didn't know, my husband, he also served. I served 8 years. He served 19 years. We both deployed together. We both did convoy security. And yeah. I'm trying to go back through. Army Mom, thank you so much. I appreciate that. You're from Canada. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Sorry, I'm like squinting as I'm reading. The chat is so tiny in here. I need drums? For what? Tree, thank you so much. So both of us prep that way. No, both Army. I'm guessing you were a Marine. Just guessing by the name. I might be pre-assuming. War drums? Okay. I was like, what do I need drums for? Oh, drum mags. That makes more sense. Hi, Tree. Welcome in. Welcome in. Do I know surgery and bullet removal? So I've taken a bunch of stitches clinics, and then I worked at free clinics, but I've never retrieved a bullet myself. Your husband still has not put the shelves up? What are you waiting for? You can do it. So I built this one, and this one we built, I think on New Year's. This one's a steel one, and it was making me lose my mind. You can build it. Sometimes men get busy. They got their own projects going on. Do I keep bees? I wish. You feel like that's the next thing? We're hoping to get hives out at the property, but just because it's so new, I mean, I've had almost 4.5 months and we've done a lot of work on it. A lot of work. There's just a bunch more to go. He sits. What about people that want your food? Well, that's one of the reasons why we prep in self-defense. If somebody wants this, they will have so much more of an easier time just looting their local CVS, Walmart, grocery store. That would be a lot of effort to put in. You got to think fuel, transportation, and then for them to be fully prepared. Like, I'm not so worried about it. But that's because me and my husband both train. We're constantly training. We just did a couple field ops training, and our group is all pretty trained. Oh, Cowboy. You were there? So I was in Al-Assad. And then TQ, Al-Taqadim. You did convoy security too? You must have left right after I left, or right when I got there. What if Doomsday never comes? Well, that's why I only prep things that we eat, so it's not that big of a deal. I don't think you can pin on here, Dawn. I don't know how that works. Is there a way to pin it? And thank you for your... Oh, I can pin it. Thank you so much for your service. There we go. A lot of runs. We probably like bypass those same areas. Cowboy, I think we just became friends. Ooh, getting ready for whatever. So the buckets. So those are actually out at the property. They're in a Connex. And that's what that would be allocated for. I probably would not use that. But I do prep for more than just my family. So everybody has a role. So like my uncle, for instance, he does all the reloading. That is his favorite thing. And he is very good at it. So he does all the reloading. And then I do all the food preservation. Morocco, yes. I am what you call an enthusiast. There's barely any. So Matt, there's like, you have your concealer, but you're pretty much open for anything. That's one of the reasons why we live here. Do I open classes for it? No. I feel like you'd get more help with more people who have been trained more. I recommend taking self-defense. Oh, you're originally from... That's crazy, Cowboy. Okay. All right, Cowboy, we're going to be friends. I don't know how to unpin. Oh, there we go. I'm learning. The gun laws in Utah are very lenient. Very, very lenient. We just got our silencers in too. My husband's came in, and then mine is like in the finishing. There's a process. That's a great question. Who actually in here believes that shit will never hit the fan? That's a great question. Tell me down below. Oh, that sounds wonderful, Christina. Yup, they are, JB. Do we have night vision? My husband does. I have not purchased mine. But then I use night vision drones. You're originally from Utah. Are you still in? Or did you retire out? Shit's already hit the fan. You're stuck in gold and silver for almost 3 years now. That is true. I agree with that. So one of the things, so my grandpa did the same thing. He believed very solidly in gold and silver. And then I inherited his. And we've continued. But the big process is understanding gold and silver. If true shit hits the fan, it will only be valued during a rebuild of society. It would take much longer for it to have a value because most people nowadays are more like this on their phone than actually understanding the true value of it and what it's used for. I can see yours, American. Weaponizing Mother Nature at your perimeter. What do you mean? Oh, I agree, Desiree. You can be religious. I don't mind. It doesn't bother me. Oh, I agree, Joseph, with how chaotic the world is. And think about it. Like, the best way to describe it is take your daily commute to work. Just take that into account. Or if you're taking your kids to school or anything like that. How many of you guys have been impacted by somebody with road rage? And how many of you guys have actually seen road rage increase significantly over the last few years? I'm going to give you guys a second to answer that. You worry about extended family, you try to talk them into prepping. Sadly, then that's where you're going to have to like cut ties or make accommodations. And that's going to be up to you and your family on how to do that. I'm lucky because my whole family has prepped that we all hold significant roles and we have our entire lives. Running lights daily. So now you put in a significant event and then put your mind into the mindset of, okay, these people get this enraged over the smallest things on the road. Take that mindset and then put in an event, something catastrophic. We can use stuff from our past that has happened, like Hurricane Katrina. What happened during Hurricane Katrina? How quickly did people go to looting, rioting, and violence? Hello from Las Vegas. Mark says it's not too bad in the UK. Eve says it is bad. So maybe you guys are indifferent. Do I tell my neighbors that I prep? No. No, I don't. No, I don't like walk up to people and go, hi guys, my name is Crystal and I prep. I do not do that. Now, when I start noticing a neighbor gardening, we'll have a conversation. I'm like, oh, how are you going to preserve all that? And sometimes they're like, I grew so many potatoes, I don't know what to do. And I'm like, let me teach you how to can. So then I'm creating a little mini prepper without them realizing I'm creating prepping. You get what I'm saying? So when somebody asks me to teach them how to can, that's pretty normal for me to do. Oh, hey, you want me to teach you how to do that? Yeah, I'll come over. I'll teach you how to do it. And then that is one less check mark I got to worry about. I take those little subtle cues. Little subtle cues. You never just like walk into a situation. You're like, hey guys. Oh, yep, exactly. The one toe cutter, Nick. That's a great example. How many times have you guys seen a storm come through and the stores are wiped clean? And then the supply chain has to play catch up. How can I store apples? Steve, what I do is I freeze dry my apples and I can them. Hold up. So I have apple trees and then I can my own applesauce. Just like that. And then I like to make myself my own little treats and my son loves these. My daughters are not the biggest fan, but it's like a cinnamon sugar applesauce. And I just can these ones in little servings. Can I come to North Carolina? I would love to. Yep. New encounters, always get more information than you give because you don't want to give out your information. And that's why I say like this room right here, this is a rotational. No matter where I have been in life, I've always had a rotational pantry. That doesn't even make me fearful because everything on here, I can pretty much recreate myself. You tell no one and you encourage everyone. Exactly. How do I talk to people that deny everything because it's not on the news? Ooh, that one's a hard one, EasyBot. That's a really good question. I always like to take events that have actually happened and actually occurred and tie them into a conversation. Now, here's the thing. You cannot lead a dead horse to water, not a thirsty horse. You can lead a horse to water. You can't make them drink, but you can't lead a dead horse to water. If people truly believe that everything is great, the climate of the world is fantastic, I would call that a dead horse. And that's just not something I would bother with my time or my energy. Strong eyes, thank you so much. Silver is much lower, yeah. Old Gravely, welcome from Northern Utah. If you're not following my other social media accounts, Old Gravely, we are doing a Jace. I work with Jace Medical right now. I'm hosting their treasure hunt, and we dropped one of these Jace go bags. It does not have the prescriptions in it. It has everything you need to do, and they'll give you one for free because you can't legally drop those. And then I dropped a $100 freeze dry wholesalers gift card inside of it and some other prepping items inside of it. And there's a scavenger hunt and all the clues are on TikTok and IG right now. So if you're in Utah and you don't have your pharmaceuticals stocked up, this is it's a fun treasure hunt. It's a good little hike. It's a great time. Look up? I am looking up. What do you mean? Look up? What do you mean, Strong Eyes? Strong Eyes, thank you so much for the gift. Is that where you... Oh yeah, coffee cup, yep. In the chat? Okay, I'm going through, I'm looking up. I might sneeze. Did I miss it? Those are great. Silver, that is great bartering items. No. Less people know what I'm doing, the better off I am. Yes, Jim, 100%. What did I miss? I missed it. What did I miss? Look. What did I miss? Oh, I don't know what I missed. Good evening from South Florida. Thank you. Welcome back, Yvonne. Can I repeat my ideas in all caps? Yes, you can. Absolutely. It will not bother me if you type in all caps if the chat's moving too fast. I wish they would slow. Oh, she's been sending gifts. Thank you. I'm sorry I missed them. I didn't mean to miss them. I'm so sorry. Coffee, alcohol, junk, US silver. No, their chat? Wait, I'm so lost. I see strong eyes. Alcohol, medicine, great to barter with. Absolutely. You know, one of the best things that you can barter with is from like the Dollar Tree. You can get the individual packets. Let me grab one. I know I'm going to miss something, and I'm sorry if I do. Hold on. There we go. So this is one of the boxes that I use as like a teaching aid. Mod pin it. Oh my gosh, what did I miss? 5 times you did. I am so sorry, strong eyes. Am I failing? I am failing. I don't know. Is there a mod in here that can pin what I'm missing? Her comment that she posted. Weaponizing nature, perimeters of self-defense. Yep. Okay, so that's what I am doing on the property. That's a great point before I show this. So on the property, we are actually putting thorny all the way around the perimeter. Then we are doing fencing, and then there's barbed wire. So that's what we're working on. So right now on the back landscape corner of it, that's where the barbed wire, we're starting to do that. And then we're doing that. Then we're doing the thorny portions there. So that's actually what I do here at this house, which a lot of people don't know. So there is an area that somebody could breach over potentially, like jumping onto the side of a porch. The thorns in there, like all the bushes, they look beautiful. They've got beautiful flowers. Some of them are just different tinted leaves. They look very landscaped. Some of their thorns are like this long. And that's just a nice little deterrent from people wanting to come up that side. And then also I do have like a camera system on top of that. Oh, coffee cup. Thank you. We can't pin here? Oh, no. Yep, perimeter thorns, yep. Yeah, things are getting missed because it is a very busy chat. I am so sorry. Welcome in, Marianne. I'm trying to hit everybody. Your idea, I think it's right here. Active beehives. I think the beehive thing is amazing. Plus, we need as many bees as we can. See, the biggest idea of it is you got to think people want something that is an easy approach. If they believe it's an easy approach, they're going to be tempted. That's just human nature. If you leave a bowl of candy out, a child is more likely to reach for it if it's just out in the open. Now, if you put a bowl of candy underneath a tank or inside of a tank, let's say with a spider, that would be a less likely situation. You would see a small child being like, maybe I don't want to do that. Desiree, have a wonderful night. I promise I'm not ignoring any of your comments. I promise. Absolutely, Jim. So the new video should be up tonight. Reza, hello, hello. So here's a good idea. So when you're like stocking up medical and you're thinking of bartering, right? That's what we were talking about, was bartering. One of my favorite preps is the Dollar Tree. Why? Yes. Can I go to Costco and buy a really large thing of Tylenol for really cheap? Yeah, I'm going to do that for my family. Now, for bartering and bartering style bins, the Dollar Tree, and they have them in individual packages. Why? Because say if you were to have to barter with someone, you would not want them to know you have an excess amount. So by parting with this, and you're like, this is all I have, I hope this really helps, somebody is more likely to just accept that information, because humans, once again, are informational. You have lasagna in the oven. I want to come over for dinner. Mary, have a wonderful night. You did Southern Sappers. What'd you think? Hi, AKT or AKC. Will you take in a person in need, like he bleeds or is hungry? What am I going to do? So that is the hard part. So that is where I feel like I'm a little bit more extreme. I'm going to let the chat answer that one. For the people who have followed me for a long time, what do you think? What do you think I'm going to do? Are there any particular skills you learned in the military that you applied to prepping? So comms was a big one. So for me, I did the comms for our convoys. And I have a love-hate relationship with comms. Not everybody likes my approach on it. But the reason is most people cannot get a fill on their radio. And if anybody in here, Cowboy, are you still in here? Marine, are you still in here? We know how to run a radio. And truthfully, we become more of a threat with it. Am I constantly scanning radios and listening to frequencies? Yes. Am I able to track people quite easily over their frequencies? Yes. I do it in the summertime because the kids will take out all kinds of different radios and they will be running around the neighborhood. They'll be playing like flashlight tag, right? And they steal their dad's little ham radios and they're all sitting there, or their GMRs. And they'll be running around and I will be able to pick up where I believe they're located. And I'll say something like, hey, are you in the Wilkinson's front yard? And then all of a sudden you'll hear a kid scream. Unfortunately, I am one of those people who, when it comes to comms, I'm using it for listening purposes, not for communication. Now, because everybody in my family has served, we all know how to communicate with each other and we will be just fine. And we would only use radios in a situation where we had to get in contact no matter what. Cowboy's still here. Cowboy, how do you feel about radios? Because I feel like a lot of people who did convoys, we all had radios and we had them for specific reasons. And we used them with specific communication. And it's great to have. They're absolutely amazing. You joined my TikTok for a year membership. There's no memberships there. What do you mean, Jessica? The videos are free. What do you mean? I don't sell anything. So that's one of the reasons I'm like a little concerned right now. Tree, thank you so much for the membership. So S-Ray, so a big example of it was this fall. We were out on a mule hunt. It was me and my uncle. And we all have radios. We do have radios and we do communicate with each other, especially, but the hard part with Utah is we have the Rocky Mountains. And I don't know if everybody else's landscapes like that. I know some states are very plains and then some have mountains and some have mountains that are like more hill styles. But for us, we have big, huge peaks. And so we use radios to connect with each other, but we have segmented times when we're going to call each other because we don't want to interrupt each other's hunts. And we were on one of the other sides of the peak. We picked up a frequency. We thought it was one of our friends. And we thought he said he got something down in the valley. And so then I was tracking, because once again, I didn't know which area of the valley he chose to go. I was using the radio to track as those comms were coming in. And as I tracked down the mountain, and when I'm saying down the mountain, I'm talking about 22 miles down the mountain, winding through all the paths, figuring out, got the frequency stronger. And it was a lady on like a little GMR, like a little ham radio, like a Baofeng, guys, like just a little Baofeng, calling to her husband because her dog jumped out of a side-by-side. And I had tracked her all the way down. So that's what I'm saying is with radios, you want to be very cautious with your communications. I know a lot of people are more into radios and they're like, I want it, I want it, I want it. But the word of mouth is actually one of the most dangerous things for you. I have not tried the rapid radio. I do have Starlink. Yep. Your SIM cards were your lifeline. Like if you're talking about like a membership, like just on live, I'll talk to you even if you don't have a membership. I just want you to know that. I was going to say, I don't sell over there. I do lives and I answer questions all the time. Yeah, anything that transmits can be located. Yep. Once again, I don't like radios. That is like one area I don't like them. My husband's ordered a few different ones. I prefer to listen. That is my big thing. So I do have Midlands and I do love my Midlands. Like when I'm out backpacking and hiking, my Midlands are my absolute favorite. But in a time of emergency, that's where you guys have to get down to is shit has truly hit the fan. You're going to want to use radios. You can use any kind of radios to listen. Don't speak. Come up with a plan with your family of how you're going to meet up, how long you're going to go without communications, because the more you communicate, the bigger risk you put. So remember, when you're communicating outside of your home, there is a lot of ones that say, yes, you can do a fill, and then they have these laptops, but an EMP goes off, there's a chance they're not going to be able to refill those radios. I feel like those are kind of more of a hoax and a gimmick, and somebody's going to come for my head for saying that out loud, but not all of you guys are running around with an SKL to fill your radios. Do I run a food pantry? No. Over Bluetooth? I haven't even tested that. I believe with what AP said. So Morse code, that is something that me and my uncle practice. That is something we practice because that is something that is a very big liability. I feel like it's a very big tech thing where people are like, I love radios, I love it. And that is something that I have argued with people on TikTok a lot because they'll like come up with a new one or they'll get sponsored by somebody and then they'll be like, oh, this. And I'm like, how are you going to fill that if an EMP goes off? And how is that family member going to fill theirs? How? Yeah, we do a lot of listening. Yep, Bluetooth can also be picked up by digital scanners. Yep. I've never thought of that, American. I've never thought of that. I'm actually looking at that. I'm actually going to take a screenshot of that really quick. I never thought about doing that. Ooh, getting ready for whatever. I've heard that. That is true. Just remember, almost everything that's out there gives so much information away. That is my biggest takeaway from it. It's great to have communication, but I feel like that is actually some of the downfalls of everything is it's that digital side that I don't really like dabble with on purpose. So like think about it. My property is so far away from everybody else. There is no one around, nothing around, right? And all of a sudden we started using different radios for communication. That could lure people out that direction. They could be picking it up. They could hear something. Then they'd be like, oh, is there something way over there? Those are some of those things that I think about. So those, do we use them like when we're hunting? Yes. How do you know what to stock up on? Can, dehydrate, freeze dry? But end up giving it away? Don't give away your food. Don't give away your food. I mean, I barter with like friends because they do know that I can. And so like I have friends who make sourdough. I make sourdough, but sometimes I don't have time. And so they'll offer me something and I'll offer them something. But most of them just think I just garden and I like canning. And then stock up on what you eat. So for like our family, we live very frugally and we plan everything out. And so then we can use that extra money towards other things, other preps. I do like the mad science idea. Oh, did he? Did he do one with dehydrating? Steve is awesome too. You prep for Christmas and birthday presents? You do? Oh, you give little ones? So do I. I mean, but my family preps. So like my uncle, I gave him a new knife this year and then some other stuff. And he was very excited. That's such a smart idea. Yeah, I love this stuff. This stuff is great because I do like to take it out, especially when I'm hiking, because there's some meals that are a little bit more intricate to put together, and then there's some that are a lot easier. You keep all different kinds of food. Use items that expire quicker, long-term food later. Yep, diversifying. So that's one of the reasons I don't have a rooster. So coffee cup, that's a great conversation. So one of the many reasons why I don't have a rooster. So one of the reasons I don't is for this property, I do live close to people. My other property, I don't. During the pandemic, I just got a new flock because I always upgrade. Every year I just add a few more birds to my flock because you never know. The dogs will get to them or something will happen. One will get sick. Something could happen, correct? So during the pandemic, I noticed people were turning each other in over birthday parties. They were turning each other. People were becoming very frigid, right? Somebody's dog was barking too loud. They were calling the cops. They were getting mad. Like things that just, tension was a lot higher than I had ever seen it. And we live in a pretty small area. And watching people's tensions get higher, I chose to get rid of my rooster. One of the reasons why I chose to is then not as many people can hear or notice me. But out at the property, we're hoping to move. Like, we're hoping to build out there and go full-time out there. 25-pound bag of flour. That's not bad. For $8.48, you immediately got 4. I have not tried the freeze-dried pizza, but where is it? This one. This one's my favorite. This one I opened, we just did I just did a segment with a South Korean broadcasting unit because if you guys did not know, South Korea went under martial law. So I did a big segment with them talking about a little bit of preparation, that things like that could happen again. This one we cooked up and we went through like 2 bags of it. It is one of my favorites. It's the pumpkin pound cake and I steamed it. During an apocalypse, you bring me one of these bags, we could talk about some pretty questionable trades. Ooh, Joseph said the freeze-dried pizza is amazing. See, I haven't tried the freeze-dried pizza. I did the sushi, and the sushi was phenomenal. My daughter is a big sushi. She is a connoisseur of it, and I did not tell her it was freeze-dried, and I rehydrated it all up. We tested it here out on live, and then I gave her her own segment, and she ate the whole thing. Hi, Matt. Welcome in. You just spent $6 on a 5-pound bag of sugar. The cost of sugar is going to go up. So it just depends on how you're rehydrating. So like what Joseph said, a lot of this food becomes, I'm going to bring you guys closer. Let's come closer. Let's talk. Okay. So every single one of these kind of rehydrates in a different way. Hold on one second. Here you go. Here you go. So the sushi was really, really good. We did the sushi. So each one of these kind of rehydrate in a different way. And on this channel, we will be bringing, every Friday will be Freeze-Dried Friday. Whether it is from a box, whether it's from my own freeze dryer. Here, Mountain House. Mountain House is like one of my favorites. This and Mountain House are my favorites. Mountain House is everywhere because I could do a lot of hiking and a lot of backpacking and hunting. Ooh, yeah, Matt, Colorado is getting really strict with their gun laws. So here's like a good example. So on these sushi ones, let me find one that's already open. This one. This one's already open. So when they're open, they're good for 90 days. So I try to work through it. That's why we're going to have freeze-dried Fridays so that you guys can see how each thing cooks and test out, because I do like to test things out. So they come like this. When you dip them into water, you want to lay them flat on a paper towel and then wrap a soaking wet paper towel over the top. Set them in a fridge, a cooler, something cool, just a little cold area. When I was out at the camper, like out on the property, I don't have a fridge that's running there. So I actually just left them in a cooler outside and it was cold enough. But with the soaking wet paper towel and you have these laying flat, they will hold their shape. They don't break up. When I tried to rehydrate them like this, they started to break up. So laying them flat individually. A lot of people get intimidated also by the taquitos. The taquitos, I'm just very curious. On your guys' everyday pack, like carry, like if you're hiking, backpacking, I don't know what you guys do for hobbies. That's what I like to do. I do a lot of hiking. You guys carry like a syringe with you, right? Please tell me you guys do. Just like a plunging syringe, not with a needle on it, just a plunging one. Just to be able to backwash all your filters that you're using out in the field. That's what I carry it for, so that I can backwash out anything that could be in my filters. So because I already do that, it makes rehydrating the taquitos. This is one of my favorite ones now to take. When I'm out on a hike, I used to be intimidated by the taquitos. I just take those. and I just soak the water inside so then the corn tortilla doesn't flake off, and I just throw it on a frying pan. Tree, me too. Nath, thank you so much. Welcome in. Off a meat truck. You got $499 steak box for $100. That is a deal, EasyBot. That is an excellent deal. Thank you, Chrissy, for answering that. Jay, you're funny. I like the way you worded that. So the one thing is with freeze-dried food and using a freeze dryer, a lot of people get intimidated by it. So understand some of the food in here is like whole foods, right? You're going to want to season it. You're going to want to flavor it. Like if you're doing like the hamburger patties, they're not seasoned. So you're going to want to season those up while you're frying them. You don't, but you're going to start. Kind of refer to as. Okay, I will look it up, Matt, because we lived during an internship in Colorado and they were getting strict, and that was 12 years ago, and I can't imagine what it's like now. So originally my husband's from Washington. I was born here in Utah, and then I moved to Oregon. And after I got back from my deployment, I was deployed out of Washington. We chose to leave the state of Washington due to a lot of the laws, a lot of the regulations. It doesn't align with the way I believe, and so I chose to leave. A lot of people choose not to leave, and you know, they feel very tied to an area. I've lived in about like 9 different states, and Utah is very lenient in that, and I enjoy that, and that is something I prep in. Ooh, yes, Old Gravely. Yeah, Aubrey's from Washington. Oregon's now that way. Oregon's making laws on their magazine capacity, and everyone where I graduated from is like, are you going to ever move back home? And I was like, no. They're like, are we good? Sorry, I had a phone call. The Pacific Northwest is beautiful, Matt. It's beautiful. So that's what I used to do, is do all my hiking there, kayaking. I used to kayak around the Nia Bay and across the Puget Sound. That was one of my favorite things. Most beautiful state, gorgeous state, but you don't have a lot of freedoms, unfortunately. When is Doomsday? You let me know. Your mom's from Everett. Nice. I still love the state. It's beautiful. Hello, Coder. Welcome in, welcome in. Chris, if you figure out when Doomsday is, let me know. Oh, I bet. Code Red. I would love to see the Appalachian Mountains. Like, they look gorgeous. And they have, like, such, like, a backstory to them. Kind of like the Rocky Mountains. Rhonda lives in Texas, yes. Ooh, Alan, you're in Sweden. You lived in Marysville? I have friends from Marysville. You're considering Utah, Idaho, Wyoming in the future. Thoughts? I think all 3 of those are great. I love Wyoming. Wyoming is amazing. I've done some hunts there. They're fantastic. Love it. Utah and Idaho, they're all amazing. Idaho has such a great growing season. I secretly want to move there, but I think I'm staying here. Yes, Code Red, very rich history. I really want to go and visit that area. Don't come to Idaho, we're full. Behind the enemy lines. Okay, some of my friends live in Idaho. That is the thing. Sorry, you can't go to Idaho. Idaho is full. They have canceled the membership. Utah's full also. We've been saying the same thing and people keep coming here. How do you know when to stock up and stuff to use as you go? That's a great question, actually. So how do you know when to stock up? So right now, ultimately, we have been giving the best timeline in prepper history, okay? Best timeline. So remember when the pandemic broke out overseas, right? How many of you preppers in here knew that that was all over the news across the world and you already started prepping a little bit more than what you already did? How many of you guys did that? I have not been down to Phoenix. New Mexico, yes. I think I've been to Phoenix. I went to Phoenix probably 20 years ago. Behind enemy lines, like, I just moved here 6 months ago, but I'm kicking people out. So when we saw that, we were given a timeline. We knew that this could potentially spread and something could happen, right? That is our job. That is us being just aware of our surroundings. Well, currently right now in the climate, we have a 90-day timeline. You have a 90-day timeline to be stocking up. So for instance, solar panels. For me, we just got the Connex out. I now know I need to get as many solar panels and inverters and get all the electronic parts that I need for it. We have a timeline. They've given us 90 days. Oh, okay. With China, obviously prices are going to increase because this tariff war is ridiculous. And honestly, it's ridiculous because it affects the things that I like to prep, okay? That's just me being selfish. New Mexico mountains from Utah. I understand that. Joseph, are you in Utah? Are you doing the Jace hunt? Go check out all those clues. If you're in Utah, do all the clues and get yourself a free Jace go back. I'm sorry, Sin City, that I have upset you in some way. Hi, Swordfish. Welcome in. Welcome in. I'm glad he sent you. You began to track it on January 9th when the first death occurred. Nice. I mean, that's not nice in a morbid way, but... Did I find out, do you find out your freeze dryer kicks up your... Oh, yeah. My freeze dryer kicks up because I run it quite often. It does kick my bill up quite a bit. Oh, Rush Christensen. So go follow my TikTok account, Charmingly Frugal, or my IG, which is Charmingly Frugal. On there, there's all the hints for the Jace Go case, and we have it hidden here in Utah. And I want you guys to win it. Like, I want somebody from our community to win it. And it has a $100 freeze dry wholesaler's gift card inside of it. It also has, you know, just your basic prepping items in there. You got your, like this is one, oh, that's a rubber band. Hold on, it's up here. Like just different bracelet, that kind of stuff. I can see you, Unforgiving American. Yeah, so pharmaceuticals, that's what I'm saying. So right now we have been given the best timeline we can. And a lot of people don't really fully understand that 90% of pharmaceuticals are imported. And no, we cannot have it here. Like, it does not, first of all, it's not naturally grown here. Second of all, it's not naturally mined here. It's just not on the continent of North America. So a lot of our pharmaceuticals are imported in, just so we're all on the same page. Okay, so that means your medical preps, your pharmaceuticals, those are going to go skyrocket through the roof. Southern Sapper, when I got the quote for this house to move this fully solar and then have our own lithium power bank in the garage, the price was a very high to run. And that was with how many watts that thing pulls. It just, honestly, shit hits the fan. My freeze dryer is just going to become a really heavy paperweight. Hi, Daniel. Do I have a code for BattleBox? They sent me one, but my YouTube wasn't up yet. So I can ask them again for it. Oh, you missed what I said. Okay, so Jolly. Let me find it real quick. Where did I just set it? All right. So this is a Jace Go case. Jace Go case. You got your antibiotics, everything in it. So what we did is Jace donated one of these packs in it. And I donated freeze dry wholesalers like $100. So it's like I think it's like $370 gift. It is hidden here in Utah. On my other social media accounts, there is clues and links to it. And you can figure out where the treasure is, because over there they restrict me and I can't say, oh, it's a giveaway, and I just sat it down right in this area. So we have to use the word treasure hunt, but that's what it's being called. And so right now there is currently 5 clues up, and there's 7 clues in total. Those clues will be posted tomorrow. It's kind of a free-for-all. Whoever finds it first can break down the hints to it. You get a Go case. There's water filters in there. There's a BattleBox bracelet in there. There's another survival bracelet in there. But the big one is there's a $100 freeze dry food in there. Sin City says, please do not come to Florida as well. It's full. So you got to do your research. So it's like a year supply, right? That's the way you look at it. But a lot of antibiotics have a very long shelf life than what the expiration date is. Most antibiotics can last years and years and years, way past, without, pretty much, yeah. It's like a geocaching, but with antibiotics and freeze-dried food gift cards. I don't know. That was just something I thought would be great. TH Outdoors, hello, hello. Yeah, look up the shelf life on extension. Yeah. Same. Tree. I'm like, me too. Code Red says I can go over there. Hi, Ohio Valley Prepping. Welcome in, welcome in. On Monday, they have a bunch of their vitamins on sale right now. And that, even ibuprofen is going to go up in cost. Like, unfortunately, that is the reality of it. The tariffs, they're going to affect everybody on a pharmaceutical level. So we have seen, how many of you guys have witnessed some sort of pharmaceutical shortage in the last 5 years? That's a great. Here in the state of Utah, I was so happy that I prep in children's Tylenol and ibuprofen and all of that, because during the pandemic, nobody could find anything. Nobody could find. Once that supply chain gets hit, then it's like a catch-up season. You know what I mean? So they're playing catch-up. They're like, oh, this is running low. That's out. Okay, that's backdated till this date. This is date. And so then it just continues and continues, and it stacks and stacks and stacks. True, that is a benefit. So also Jace accepts HSA and FSA. So if you do have those, you can get a pack. They already have a limit on rice. I feel like rice is going to be one of those that's going to be a shortage. That's wild, Billy D. That is wild. And a lot of people don't know, so sometimes you guys see this big one in the background. This is my daughter's. So each one of my kids have their own case. Why? Because during the pandemic, my son got an ear infection, and I drove to 6 different pharmacies because they were out of antibiotics. Because once again, they were convinced everything was COVID. And so then they would let upper respiratory infections and stuff like that turn into something worse. And then all of a sudden, all these kids that no longer had COVID, or no longer had COVID to begin with, all of a sudden they all had something else and needed antibiotics, and then those were back ordered and you couldn't find them anywhere. So that is one of the biggest things that I do, is I do prep for my kids, especially with antibiotics. Behind enemy lines, you have a wonderful day. I promise I will not move to Idaho. Your secret is safe with me. Do you know how to plan on learning how to take your own? Yes. So my grandpa was really into herbal. Really, really. I don't know. Can somebody in the chat tell me how much I can talk about herbal on a live if they know? TikTok is really strict and will ban me over it. I don't know if on this app. Once again, I am not a pharmacist. I am not a doctor. I am not giving you advice. But my grandpa firmly believed in it, to the point where our family had a bunch of tinctures, and that's what he loved to do. I'm dabbling in it. I feel like I've gotten this portion down really well, but it's still an area I'm learning, and I just keep a lot of his books. And I'm convinced what he did worked. I mean, he lived to be 96 years old. The man ate 1 clove of garlic a day and ate onions like apples. And then I never saw him at the doctor's until he was like over the age of 90. Chicken jockey. Well, where's your popcorn? You got to throw the popcorn. You usually pick up 1 large prep per paycheck. Yep. Thanks, Leno. About having beef. You would be more concerned about having beef. What do you mean? Yep, a trauma box as well. Yep. Yeah, Rhonda, you don't want to like just only focus on one prep. You want to continuously add. Yes, Jennifer, I agree. That's one way to keep people away. He did it since I was a kid. Like, he literally would unwrap a raw piece of garlic and eat it every day. Never saw the man sick. Monday is the day. What do you mean Monday's the day? The day for what? Beef is the key to life. I agree. Ooh. So actually, Jasper, I'm going to talk to you about that. So Jasper just said, this is what mental illness looks like. So here's actually the term, and I think the other preppers that are on here, there's what, 100 of us in here. Let's talk about what mental illness and prepping look different, because a lot of people like to assume preppers are hoarders. Now, the big significant with hoarders is they love to collect and they don't use. And it becomes an obsession and a compulsion. Now, with prepping, we actually have a compulsion, but we have a function with it. So every single tool that I have, I've used. Every single thing in here. Why would I personally choose to spend my entire summer and spring growing all of this, and then hours, if not days, cooking it up, and then essentially never ever use it? See, that's what the difference between mental illness and living off the land is. Now, what I think is mental illness is somebody who comes into a chat and likes to say things like that because you are really reflecting how you truly feel about yourself. I am sorry that you have not invested any time into growing your own food or preserving your own food or eating your own food, and I'm sure those GMOs are doing really well. By the way, I am a natural redhead. I'm a little spicy. You flick it, I might flick it back. Yo, a fellow ginger. Exactly. We're a little feisty. No, that was training. You like your crayons. Do you prefer the green ones or the orange ones? Just my question. Moths are grain moths. They come from pasta. Mm-hmm. So the really cool part about Utah is they really do preach this. This is very common, and that is actually one of the perks of living in Utah is most people have some sort of food storage or water storage for their family. It is not so taboo in our state. So that is actually a big bonus is you're not really worried about your neighbors because most your neighbors do have some sort of food storage in their home. Fellow Ginger here, yes. We have souls, multiple souls. I keep a little extra crayons just in case. The red ones, Code Red said, they're all tasty. Oh yeah, gingers and yeah, you'll see me burnt all summer. I do not tan, I burn. Oh, you sell traps for moths? Nice. I've never had moths, but that's because I do mylar a lot of my pasta. And honestly, so this right here is part of my rotational. This has to be moved up. But once again, I'm like 5 foot. Okay. So that will be rotated out before probably June. Jules, welcome, welcome. Hi, Jamie. How are you? That's really cool. Do you have a site or a link that you sell your traps with? Because I do know a lot of people who do get moths, and they probably would be interested in it. Canning jars at your local Smiths are going up. Yes. So, Barry, I prefer IFA because I know you're in Utah. I like to buy my canning jars at IFA. Sometimes I catch them at a better price. Single redheads. Redheads are the unicorns of the universe, okay? We're a little spicy and we like to eat souls. That is true. Lemon juice does do it. I don't know, Karen. I'm not sure. Have a good day. Go enjoy some crayons. Oh, they sell. I don't. You make tallow? Ooh. Tallow infused lotion. That is, I make tallow, but I have not dabbled into that. If Courtney was in here, I don't think she's in here right now, she would say, I'm scared of making soap. I don't know why. I just get really overwhelmed in the soap making process. I can do a whole bunch of other stuff, but that is one area I lack. Thanks, Terry. Well, welcome in. Do you store whole bean coffee in Mylar? I don't. I store more instant coffee than anything. And then regular ground coffee for my constant use. But that's because I don't really have a preference. I've drank a lot of coffee out of MREs. So, and I didn't drink it in water. I just ripped it and threw it in my mouth and ate it. Who else in here is a veteran that's done that or survived off of Rippets? Maybe we're just built different. It's probably not good for our organs. Is that a bunker? No, I wish. Gerald, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate all of you guys coming over here. That's amazing. I'm baffled by it. It was such a great interview. It was really, really good. And he offered to come onto this channel. I don't think he's been interviewed. So then now we got to get some good questions, you know? Okay, Alan. Ooh, what doomsday are you most prepared for? So for me, I feel like I'm more prepared for civil unrest and a grid down. Working on other areas where I would feel more comfortable in. If you had $1 million and the opportunity in SHTF to stay in one of those lavish doomsday bunkers, would you? I think the same thing. So, and Gil, I think the same thing where people, those lavish ones where they're like cohabitate together, right? I feel like people would turn on each other. Now, if I had $1 million, of course, I'm just going to buy my own bunker. I wouldn't want to stay in one of those lavish ones. I don't need a basketball court or any of that. I've lived in a lot less. What about the zombies? That one I would love. Hello, deplorable garbage. How are you? Hey, I would be down with the zombie apocalypse. I've gotten kind of ripped on that one, but I'm like, hey, you know what? Over everybody hating each other over politics, I think I would take the zombies. And some people don't think I'm as funny. If you get $1 million, will you buy me a Snickers? Yeah, you want a Snickers bar? I think I got some right here. Probably Snickers in this thing. Oh, thanks, Tanya. There's so many of you guys that came over here to say hi, and I appreciate all of you guys. Deplorable's like, thank you. I don't need $1 million to give you a Snickers. Do I run Walmart? No, I don't. Great question. Any other questions since we were getting to know each other? I can bring you out one of my little friends in the other room. Ooh, what is my favorite meal? Okay, we got to classify it. Canned or freeze-dried? Oh, thanks, Jules. I appreciate it. Why not? What do I think the best skill I have? That's a tough one. The best skill. I don't even know if I would consider that a skill. My best skill. That's a hard damn question. That is hard. Okay, freeze-dried both. Okay, both I would say. Ooh. My favorite, whiskey peaches. Y'all know, you know. Okay, that's Jake. We like to call that one Jake. There's a bunch of them. Freeze-dried. The freeze-dried shredded pulled pork, but I make my own freeze-dried meal, and my favorite one is it's like a chili bowl, and it's made with homemade chili. It's got venison inside of it, all the flavoring, all the spices, and then I freeze-dry Fritos, and I crunch them up inside of it, and they are fantastic. The skill one, that one's going to be a hard one. I mean, I've grown tomatoes in Alaska, and that's pretty hard. So I feel like with gardening, I really love that one because that's the gift that keeps on giving. I'm good, Greg. How are you? Teaching skill? Maybe. I feel like I'm a really quick thinker and I can adapt to different things. So when I've had to like take something apart that I know nothing about and put it back together, I'm pretty quick on picking it up. It only takes me a couple of times. Some people like to make the joke like, oh, your husband should do this, right? And my husband's like, oh no, she builds everything. She does it. She does her own thing. She'll figure it out. Like he'll just throw random pieces and parts to me and he's like, I don't know what this means. And it's just that skill where your mind just goes that way. And that skill, I don't feel like I learned it from anywhere except from my mom. So my mom was a single mom and it was just me and her growing up. And she had a personality where she got actually very overwhelmed by mechanical situations. If the sink broke, anything like that would happen. She got really overwhelmed by it and we were very poor. And so we couldn't hire somebody to come into our house. And I remember I was about the age of 9 when our sink, the pipes had burst. She was crying. She's trying to figure out to turn off the water. I had figured out how to turn the water. I replaced the pipe. And when my grandma and my grandpa got there, they were like, just like very quick. And I feel like that's one of my best skills. You're a carpenter. That is a great skill. That's one I want to learn more on. So in here, I help frame all of this room. All the flooring you see, I have installed myself. I did all of that. And then I started to learn how to mud and do all the drywall that's in here, but I'm still learning. I figured, Greg, by the way you said, how are you doing? I was like, that's got to be Chef's Lane. All right, I'm going to grab you guys a guest. Hi, guys. What are you doing? Come here. Come here. Why are you so to the core? Oh, this is one of my ducks. I showed it on here when it was very, very little. It is getting much bigger, much larger. Hi. It better be a fur baby. Hi. A trauma nurse, that is a superhero skill. Like that, right, Karen? They've gotten so big. I know. Come here. I know. I know. It is a duck. This is Hawthorne. The first time I brought Hawthorne on here was only, what, you were like 4 days old? Huh. Are you saying hi? Are ducks quieter than chickens? No. These two, Charlotte's in the other room and she is losing her mind right now. Can we eat him? No, you cannot eat my duck. Now, if the apocalypse happened, yeah, we're going to eat the duck, okay? Maybe. What are you doing? I can tell you've been playing in the water. You've been playing in the water. You're losing all your fluff. You're raising chickens for the first time? Ooh, do you have any questions? I've been doing chickens a really long time. Chickens are easy. This one I'm a little bit overwhelmed on. Margaret only has the last. All right, I'm going to bring this one back because his sister or her sister is freaking out. I know. Hi. I know. You're mad. You're mad. Do you mind? Come here. One of you is mine. Come here. I know. So my birds are in like the ugly duckling stage. Hi. I know. Can we put the wings down? They're in their phase right now. They got a couple more weeks. They're getting rid of that last little bit of that fluff. And they're getting their feathers in. You're starting to get your feathers on your belly, huh? You're having trouble with bears getting into your coop. Okay, so in Alaska, we used cement tubes. I don't know where you're from, Code Red, but you know, like what you can use to like funnel water. I don't know the correct term, okay? Just flow with me on this, all right? So the cement like construction tubes. So what we did is we put those on there, and then one had like a steel backside, but then we created a tunnel system. So our neighbors in Alaska, they kept having a bear come in and rip their coop apart. So we buried that in and created a tunnel system. So when a bear did come, they were able to go down in it. The bear would be scraping, but the birds couldn't get out and they couldn't get to the birds. Birds are pretty good about trying to find somewhere to hide. So creating that little tunnel system where it was deep enough where a bear couldn't get through it, but the birds could run to it, and they like to just hide in it anyways. Am I on X or Twitter? No, I need to make an account. I can't wait till mine are fully feathered. Yeah, I want my ducks out of my house. They stink. Ducks stink. I somehow have forgotten that ducks stink when I was younger, and they stink. But that's what we did in Alaska, and it helped out. Solar-powered electrical fence around your chicken coop. Ooh, that's smart. Spirit-filled, that's smart. Code Red, read that. That is smart. A solar-powered electrical fence. You good? X is the Wild West. I was told YouTube was. I was very intimidated to make my move over here. I will not lie. Now, TikTok trolls are a lot worse than over here. Most of the time, A, I get hit on. B, is just like profanities, and then they go away. More sophisticated trolls here. I like it. Now, on TikTok, people get very offended, and then they'll go on like a report, like frenzy, and then you'll get people who get like hyper fixated on you, and they'll create Reddit pages, and then they're like just a little obsessive. Blocked bug, hello, hello. Some eggs without taxes. Gerald, this is the only social media I can handle. I'm tired of the rest. Same. So I made my push away from TikTok because I was just, I'll be very honest with you guys. I would teach people how to Mylar. I would do it on live, and I would post videos. They would go insanely viral, millions of views, whatever, okay? And then in the video, they would ask so many questions of what I had already taught. And I realized that people would only watch like the first 5 seconds of the video, type a comment, and leave. And I was like, I am reteaching the same thing over and over. And I didn't want to stay in that mindset where TikTok's that like quick grab, that hook. And I wanted to progress and be able to show like, okay, let's do this. Let's take this another step. Benjamin, you're glad I came over here. I'm very glad I came over to YouTube. You've been on 2-year self-learning quest. It is very hard in the UK. It's very hard for you guys to get supplies in the UK for canning. I've taught quite a few people how to do it in the UK, and it was very hard for them to get some of the supplies. YouTube sucks. Any video I make, people want to argue why I'm wrong about ReadyWise being trash, telling me I shouldn't be picky. Okay, that is a hard one. So that is a great one, right? You guys, a lot of you guys, how many of you guys came over here from CP? Probably a lot of you guys. So when it comes to those kind of brands, they do have quite a gimmick on them. Like, and I fell to it, right? Because I grow most of my own stuff and I preserve it this way. So I was like, yeah, I would like some extra freeze dried. And mind you, at the time, I was saving for my freeze dryer. So I was like, this is just something to throw in the corner, just to stack into it. And he roasted me. It was funny. He didn't mean it in that bad way, but it was hilarious. And some people got really worked up about it because they were like, you should just be grateful for food. And let me take you into the other room. Hi guys, we're gonna go for a walk together. A little walk. And it's the same with MREs, right? I feel like some people get very obsessed. I gotta make sure what's out in this room. There's a lot of stuff out in this room. But for instance, people really love MREs. Now, when you've been in the service and you've literally survived, this was like one of your only meals for a very long time, I would prefer freeze-dried food and cooking something that I love way more than eating these. Now, are they great in a pinch, in an emergency situation? Absolutely. But it's not my like holy grail. But for some people, it is a holy grail. Was it the video of me? But do we stock up on them? Yeah, because this is just easy for us. It's just something easy to have on hand. Even out at the property, inside the camper, we have MREs stored up. Once again, meals ready to eat. Is it going to be my number one most preferred method? Absolutely not. Whoop. Would I much rather cook up a nice freeze-dried steak and some pasta and some vegetables? Yeah. Hi, Blocked Bug. Welcome in, welcome in. A code red, yeah. People who really love MREs, like one of our family friends, they have a teenage son, and he was like, I want to try this MRE, and he named it off, and I was like, oh, I think I got one of those. So they came over, and we were just hanging out, and I just tossed it to it. The kid, you would have thought he had just entered the best day of Christmas ever, and he was like, and he ate the whole thing, and I was like, oh man, you might want a laxative. You ate that whole thing without hesitation. And he was like, don't you eat the whole things? And I was like, no, we swap. We're all like, we're bartering. The military teaches bartering at very, very right at the beginning stages. What do you got? What do you got? What do you got? We're all swapping things. You like them? So my favorite MRE is I like the cheese tortellini. That one is one of my favorites. I do like that one. Nice. You make your own? So the blue bags behind me are freeze-dry wholesalers. And I love this brand. I love Mountain House. There's a ton of Mountain House. There's cases up there. There's some over here. You remember the MRE component of swap meats from Iraq? Yes. And honestly, I lived off a midnight chow in Iraq. Like literally like a sandwich or an MRE and rippets. Do I miss the military? Yes, I do. I chose to get out because both me and my husband were in, and I was in for a long time, and he's been in for even a longer time. And at the time, it was the early 2000s, and we were constantly being deployed. And we watched a lot of other co-service, dual service, spouses, both be deployed to opposite sides of the country or to Iraq and Afghanistan, and their kids being raised by grandparents at home. So we had our daughter, I had my daughter while I was still in, and then when my reenlistment came up, I actually chose to step down to focus on her because our unit was always, somewhere was mobilizing. Somebody was going. Yup, deplorable garbage. I agree. Chili mac, that one's probably my second. I do love chili mac. I do love chili mac. I also think another skill that the military gives, and this is where I think I'm just not much of a tech prepper. I'm just not. I'm trying to branch out a little bit more, try a little bit more, learn, because I'm always trying to learn something. But the skill that I feel like the military, land nav. I do not own a fancy Garmin or a GPS or any of those kind of things, because both me and my uncle, we go hunting together and we just land nav. Like, we just, okay, that's the point. That's how far we got to go. What are we going to do with it? Blah, blah, blah. And we just do it. Same with my husband. Chili mac is solid. There's more of us gingers. Yep. You're more of a tech prepper. So then I want to pick your mind, Southern Sapper, on some stuff, because for me, I'm like, I look at it in a different way. Like, I prep drones for surveillance. But now I'm looking at different preps that are more in the more technical side. Oh, I don't know, Lomas. Red is the best. Thanks. I appreciate that. For you, what would be a red flag that would get you in SHTF mode, shutdown time, or gathering your people, things about to go down? So one of the ones, I'll tell you one of the scenarios, and we have this worked out. Because when the pandemic did happen, Salt Lake City was one of the first things to shut down. That was one of the very first areas that, like, lockdown was happening, and that's when the panic set in. So for our family, we have a contingency with our outside extended family. One of the red flags would be cell phone service shutting down for more than 24 hours. Let's say that, okay? We're noticing all of a sudden your internet browsers. This is something other countries have done. They have done this, and they have done this many of times, where all of a sudden your information intake is being cut in half. If you start noticing your browsers are going really down, and, you know, think about, what is that movie? Is it Leave the World Behind? What was the one the Obamas produced? I don't remember the name. But you saw that they were the mom just kept, sorry, Jace just texted me. They're asking about clues. You saw the mom, like, resetting the router, right? Like, why is the internet not working? Why is the internet not working? Why is the internet not working? A lot of times when things start to lock down, they will cut down information. Yeah, leave the world behind. Thank you, Kelly. Welcome in, Kelly. I'm trying to go back through. But that one, I think, is a very big. I feel tech is a crutch. Tech will fail eventually. I agree. So I feel like some of those high-tech preps could ultimately fail people. I know you spoke of radios earlier. I was running errands. Get to fully listen. What type are the best? So pretty much, I'm going to get roasted on the internet. Man, I hope somebody is not screen recording to roast me. Okay. If you have a GMR and you have a ham radio, ultimately they do the same thing. If you know how to extend out your antennas to get more of a reach, and you start researching it, there's tons of books on it, okay? You can get a worldwide knowledge of what's going on around you. Now, I personally believe radios will be the downfall during a collapse. I believe people will be trying to talk to each other, communicate. We live in a cell phone society that people are very dependent on communication, and they don't know how to communicate any other way. I grew up in an era before cell phones were a big thing. And where I lived was in the middle of nowhere, like 30 miles to the nearest grocery store. Cell phones weren't a thing, even when they were a thing for us. So communication and having a backup to your backup. Now, if you have a GMR and a ham radio, they're great. just be very aware that people would be able to track you off of that. Ooh, Keystone Rangers. I would love to take a class. I love learning in general. But the hard part with it is, how are you going to fill a radio or encrypt it, say an EMP goes off, or you just don't have the equipment, something happens. That's what I'm always wanting to learn more. See, I'm always willing to learn because I did comms while we were doing convoys, and I love radios, but I always feel like sometimes that can be one of the biggest downfalls. And I'm willing to learn different ways. I'm telling you, sometimes I'm stuck in my old ways. So that's one thing that we always have to learn is we want to learn more, correct? You want to learn something different. I use Faraday bags. I would love to learn a little bit more from you, Keystone. Oh, Jeremiah. Come back tomorrow and tell me how you feel. My husband has a really nice ham radio. I can't remember which brand it is. He loves it. But just remember, you can track someone with their radio communications. That is one that a lot of people do not touch on. And I'll do it this summer. Like when I go out spotting on a hunt, I'll just listen to people talk on the radios and I'll track them. And I'll just film it for you guys because I did it on TikTok where I was just tracking people. I was just figuring out their locations. Ooh, thanks, Special Operations Equipment. I like that. So I'll admit where like my downfalls, and I think it's just my personal opinion on it. But I'm always willing to learn more. Ooh. What did you just retract? I was trying to read it. You didn't need to retract it. Three dogs a paw. I'll see you later. Yeah, they did use phones to pinpoint strikes on Ukraine. I don't know on that one. I was in the infantry, but when I was filling radios, like we rotated fills. So we would fill our radio with one specific fill. And then when we did convoy security, by the time we got to the next base where we would sleep for the night or refuel to go to the next post, we received a new fuel or a new fill every like 12 hours because one of them would expire. So I'm not sure. That's a great question. I don't know if my husband would know. He's airborne, but he's not infantry. Very easy to track, even if encrypted. Yeah, that's like where I try to like level it out. Do I think radios and comms are amazing for communication? Yes. But I feel like, and maybe Keystone will agree with me on it, because we live in a world that is like a cellular connection, right? You're watching me. How many of you guys are watching me on your phone? We live in a we want data now scenario. So when we're looking at our phones, all of a sudden that need, and it's almost an addiction for people to want that communication. So if something was to happen, a lot of people lose that basic skill of, is this a necessity? Is this something I really need to communicate during? I can show all kinds of different everyday. I'm going to get off of here because I do have to go do Jace here in a moment. But on the next live or the next video, I can show you the everyday carry. So I feel like with that communication, a lot of people like that instant where people are like, well, my kid's over at so-and-so and I need to get a hold of them. You have that formal communication with your family. Make sure that you're having those talks with your family if something was to happen, whether they're to stay put, whether you're going to them or if they're coming to you. Any of those movements, like especially inside like our home, right? My husband travels for work. Is there any reason I am going to go search for him if something was to happen? No, no, no. He knows the routes. He knows the back routes. He carries an everyday carry. He carries also his get home bag. He has everything he needs. It may take him 2 or 3 days to get back, but he knows how to do that. We do not need to have any form of communication. Any form of communication. Now, we do have it scheduled if it was past 5 days to make comms. Would we make comms from our own home? No, I would leave my home because it is easy to track. Yeah, we definitely live in an instant gratification generation. Yeah. And I think that is one of those flaws that's going to get people killed, unfortunately. Yep, your family radios are for emergency use only. Yeah. Now, for natural disasters, would we use one? Yeah. Yeah. Have radios. You want your radios. That's what I mean. Like, there's a scenario for everything that's different. When I was working outside of the home, I only worked like a half a mile from my house. So I could be home within minutes. Like, that's not far. That's like a 4-minute jog. Easily. Have a good evening, Ed. It was nice to meet you and have you in here today. But a lot of people need to understand that. And so I felt like on TikTok, you'd see all the TikTok shop push where they're like, get this, get this, get this. And you'd see people talking on it. And I'm like, but you're not giving them scenarios of when they should use a radio and when they shouldn't use a radio. I won't lie. I will never say like a hero complex. If you are using your radio during SHTF, and this is the realistics I want to say to you guys, because not everything in the world, I smile a lot and I'm very happy and I'm a very positive prepper, but I'm very realistic. And here's the nitty gritty of it. If I hear that you're communicating or you have supplies, there's a chance I might take them. I might. It might put you in the line of fire. And if it's not me, it's probably somebody else. I don't like to use that like fantasy level of prepping, like, no, nothing's going to happen or blah, 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 or everything's going to go according to plan. Things will not go according to plan. And that puts a direct bullseye on it. And if it came down to it, which one of the reasons I prep is I wouldn't want your supplies. I have my own. But if there was a scenario for whatever reason that I needed something, because I know how to track people with it, that's the first thing I would be doing. Would you buy an industrial dehydrator? I would love to. Bottle caps or an all-American pressure canner. Yeah. I've been saving. I have other preps that are more at the front end of my prepping. And because I already have a pressure canner, buying an all-American's kind of like going to come later because I have other things that I need to get done and I already have a canner. This has been the best live session you've ever listened. Thanks. I do this all the time. So I do this on TikTok all the time and here. Karen? Yeah. Give that kid a mute. Your mom called. Your ramen noodles are done. We do have codes. We even have code words with our kids to pick our kids up for emergency situations. And yeah. Billy D, thank you so much for timing him out. He needed to go see his mom upstairs. I think she said his mac and cheese were done. Just being real. It's fine, Karen. Like, that is the truth. I really do think that people are going to be the ultimate enemy in the end. That's a huge possibility. We tear each other down over such small things in today. Your mom called. Oh yeah, I told you I'm spicy. I'm spicy. I've been doing coffee cup. I've been doing lives for a long time, so I'm pretty good at it. So now occasionally you might hear me curse, and my apologies if you have children present. But once again, veterans, we form on cursing, caffeine, nicotine. That's that simple. And we will never change. We will never change. Taylor, thank you so much for the subscription. The no F's given. Little Red, were you in here on a live when somebody came in and they were like, I was wearing like a different shirt. Like I like to wear baggy clothes a lot, but I was wearing a different shirt and it was like some off the wall crazy comment. And I was like, get the F out of here. And everyone in the chat, I forgot that YouTube hasn't seen my real personality full on. And people were like, arr! And I was like, no, I'm serious. Just, we got more things to learn and talk about and prep and like current world affairs. We got so many things coming at us. We don't got time to deal with kids that are bored. The big threes, right? People flip out now. Just wait till it gets bad. Yeah. Wait till something actually happens and we will see how bad it gets. It truly will get bad. It will get bad. I used to firmly believe we had about 5 days. If shit hit the fan, 5 days until total chaos. And over the last 4 years, what I've observed, just even during natural disasters, that I would shorten that to about the 5 to 4 day window. You have about 4 days till people are like searching around to try to figure things out. Now, if we would have gone back 20 years ago, over 20 years ago, Hurricane Katrina. It took about, what, day 6 for all chaos to ensue. Things, yeah. Panther, I agree. Oh, yeah, Kenneth, they are. They're so bad. And I was working on lives and working with Jolly Green Giant was donating a ton of buddy heaters. And then I was teaching him how to connect the hose extension from the 20-pound tanks to the buddy heaters because he didn't know and he was using 1 pound. And so then we were donating money there. But it got really crazy over there. You think 72 hours? Who in here thinks 72 hours? Like, let's give a scenario. Let's throw out. We know in martial law, there's just not enough to lock down the entire country. Our country is very large. Same with a lot of other countries are very large. I think the UK would be more compromised than anything because of the size of their countries. So right now I've been saving for a water well. So I'm getting there. We're almost to the point where we can finally start digging. That's what I'm working towards. As soon as the stores get cleaned out, you think chaos? That's a possibility. What country am I in? Or county? I won't tell you what county I'm in, but I'll tell you what country. I'm in the United States. I'm in Utah. You're a retired paramedic? Yeah, people lose their minds quick, especially with stressful situations. I really think grid down might take a moment. I know you think, and you could be right too, it could be very quick. My personal opinion on it taking a moment is the addiction. The addiction to that instant gratification. That I feel like that for a moment, people will be like, there has to be an update. There has to be something. There's something going on. I'm not selling anything. But don't curse at me, Scott. That'll get you muted. And that's not Bisquick. That's freeze-dried food, and I don't sell anything. You can have the mac and cheese. There's mac and cheese right over there. That's a rotational pantry, since you're new here. Rotational pantry is a pantry that you pull from on a regular basis. This is what my family eats off of, is all of that. So we do not go to the grocery store very often. Yep, the big freeze in Texas, 4 to 5 days. No one went psycho that you know of, but how many people died? Was it 261? A lot of people died during that freeze. That was really sad. Clothing, footwear for the future. So that is something we do prep in. Super Soda. Welcome, welcome. Shock, denial, grid down. I think like the first initial would take a while and then it would start to go in. Misinformation. Also because of misinformation and started fires indoors. Wait, what? Manuel, I might have missed what you said. Did you say something before that? I'm going through. Phil, hello from Alaska. I'm trying to see if I just missed. Oh, okay, people hoard and try to turn into a profit. Everyone following and creating a real shortage. I agree. Misinformation, yep. Manuel, you're right on right there. Scott, you get about 2 more minutes to continue. And then I'm going to tell you your mom's calling you. Because now I've said it twice. And even my kids don't test me that much. Can you get rural property? It would take about a day, Matt. So there is a distance. And there's a reason for that distance is the less people, the less problems. Yeah, a lot. Yep, Manuel. A lot of it was people trying to start fires indoors. And they did not have proper ventilation. And that was really sad. That a lot of people did not know. Like, one of my favorite things to teach on prepping is sterno. A lot of people just sleep on it. They don't talk about it. You don't hear it constantly in the communities. Is sterno is completely safe to burn indoors. You can have sterno heaters. I have one, it's called a Vesta heater. And it runs off of sterno. It has a heat component fan that actually blows out. And you can heat up a large area with it. Along with sterno, you can cook with sterno inside. Very safe. And you can find sterno at the Dollar Tree or in any of your catering sections for a really low cost. Yeah, give a good distance between. You've never heard, so like, who is it? Who's the creator of it? Hold on. It's Instafire. Where's the Vesta? They look like this. So they look like this, and they're great. Because it's like serves as a multi, but it's Instafire. So you can tell it's been used a lot of different tutorials. So you take this part out. You have a drawer, you can slide sterno in, it's very easy. And I've used it quite often. You get multi-purposes, you can cook on it. You go this direction. This attaches. And as the sterno heats, it spins the fan. The fan blows out warm air. You can use it to cook on and heat an area. They are amazing. Amazing, amazing. I think I've cooked probably 100 different freeze-dried meals or food on that thing on lives. Yeah, safely burning indoors is a plus. Oh yeah, cast iron's amazing. I think I have it on Amazon, but you can find them on other sites too. I'm not a commission like junkie, but I mean, if you want to buy it off my links that I have all over my page, go for it. If you don't, it's not going to hurt my feelings, none. Yeah, Joseph, they're really useful. But a lot of people didn't realize that. And I was like, that's one of the reasons why the Dollar Tree is one of my favorite places to prep. Because sterno, anybody on any budget could afford to have $1.25 sterno. Just a couple. What tomatoes? Ooh, I got big beefy ones right now. I'm growing a new monster plant that I'm very excited for. I do a lot of cherry tomatoes. I do a lot of Romas. I grow about 30 different plants. Well, not different. I do about 5 different varieties. You go through an easy route. Oh, true. Are you a shopper like one of those people? What do you mean, JJ? One of those people. Ooh, yes. I like those. Yeah, one of those would have helped for sure. Yeah, for sauces, that's what I grow for sauces is a lot of Romas. My San, it did really well last year, and then my dog's a German Shepherd, and he was a puppy in the summer. He decided to tote the entire plant with him and killed it. Ooh, like one of those people, like a coupon person? Do I use coupons? Absolutely. I would use a coupon. Who in here would use a coupon to save on something on their prep list? Who in here would use one? Guarantee anybody in here would use something where they can save a little bit more money. You canned 100 quarts last year? I want to say you beat me on 100 quarts. I think I only got 80. I want to say around 80. Soft line of jars that you have. The jars? I use a lot of ball and a lot of cure jars. I like them. Some of my jars are like 10, 15, 20, 30 years old. It was all right. I'm running down though. See? Like, do you see that? They're dwindling. It's like starting to come in. Like, we've gone through quite a bit. Peaches, I do a lot of peaches. Noah, I don't sing, but I will wish you a happy birthday, Noah. No. Genji, no. No. I open cans weird. So a lot of people don't know. You know, like when you have your like twist can opener, your manual can openers, right? When you pop them down. What I like to do is I place the blade right underneath. So then that little, what is that round piece called? The turning mechanism gets right next to it, and then I pop it up, and then it doesn't dent any of my lids. So this lid's probably been used like 3 times. Perfect seal. Now, do I prefer to use new lids? Yes. But during like the pandemic when we went through that lid shortage, no. But some of my lids I'll reuse. If they're good, the rim is good, the seal is good. But some people don't reuse lids, and then I have just bins filled with lids, like brand new lids down there. So I do like using brand new lids, but I will use it. What about limes? I haven't used limes. Some people don't. So most of the reason why you don't is when people do open, they have a tool and it leaves a puncture mark, and you shouldn't reuse your lids. And it bends and it warps where the seal is. So if you can prevent any bending, warping of the lids, it can be considered safe. That is just a preference For new canners, use new lids while you're learning. Yeah, you want to make sure that they're like intact. So the only lids that I would reuse, like for instance, like pears, those will be gone through so quick. The lid isn't decaying where you're getting that oxygen, or how is that word said? Oxygenization. You know, when you start seeing that discoloring of the lid's starting to get a little bit warped and tear down. Those. Do I can meat? I have meat right there. I have meat there. Where else do I have meat? All of that's meat over there. But I wouldn't recommend it ever with like new canners. And I was like very stingy about it. But my grandma would do it occasionally, but she was the one that taught me the trick with the lid, because she was like, don't warp it. Do not ever warp your lids. But I think that's because we go through our food, because when we can it, like, I wouldn't be shocked if that can's gone next week. Got a huge brisket from Costco. Oh, you're going to make it into beef stew? That sounds delicious. Very first can today. Didn't do it right. The amount of headspace. What did you can, Tree? So what I would do if you can today and your jars have cooled down and you did not get a seal. So what I would do is remove your lid. Remove it. Clean those rims. Like psycho clean it. Okay. Because sometimes it could just be a little bit of the broth around the edges, stuff like that, that just did not allow it. Refill up your little headspace a little bit better, redo it, and repressure can it. So I don't really Rebel can. So some things are considered Rebel cans nowadays, but in the old days, it wasn't considered. So what I consider Rebel canning and what my family considered Rebel canning is not abiding by the FDA guidelines. So water bath canning, something that is a low acidic rate. For those things, that would be considered, like my grandma would be like, oh, we're not doing that. Like that would probably make her say, oh my hell, like 19 times and probably throw something at me. But through the 80s and the 90s, it was common to can milk. And that's now considered a Rebel can. So I guess I do have some Rebel cans. I don't know if I have any down here, but in my kitchen upstairs, where would you be? I'm looking around. I have about 500 jars just down here. Let's see. They might all be upstairs. Trying to see if I see one. Oh, right here. So this would be considered a Rebel can nowadays. But in the 90s and the 80s, this is not a Rebel can. This right here is cream of mushroom soup. You buy pressure canned cream of mushroom soup, cream of chicken soup in your stores. It's pressure canned. What's in the tin is pressure canned. Yeah, clean with vinegar. Like scrub it down. No, I wasn't. I wasn't, Lomas. But this is considered one. It's just cream of mushroom soup. I don't know why people get like really weirded out by canned food. Because essentially it's the same. That's cream of chicken. And we'll use cream of chicken. Maybe. There we go. Essentially, it's the exact same thing, but because this has a pretty label on it, people are more drawn to it than seeing cream of mushroom soup. But nowadays, this is considered a rebel can because the FDA in the 90s was like, do not can anything with dairy. It's a rebel. Like, and so now that's considered a rebel can. But my family has made this for at least, I believe, since like the 30s. I think the jar tastes so much better too. So that's like the really hard part is I get more questionable about what's coming inside of this, where I'm like, I can't see what's in here. I don't know what's in here, but in here, I know that when I got the mushrooms, they were at the peak of ripeness. I cooked it up. I knew I did it the correct way. It was pressure canned. And if y'all remember the time when people were pulling out things outside of their canned food and it had fallen in through the process, for me, I just feel like this is just such a better option. But not everybody's going to agree with it. Some people get like really nervous about it. I'm trying to think of what other one would be a really good example. What would be a great example? This one's considered a rebel can. This is definitely a rebel can. This is meatloaf. Has all the good fats in it. You warm it up. It's delicious. But it's considered a rebel can because there's egg in it. Hi, Bobby. Welcome in. Welcome in. So not everybody like is going to stand on the same grounds. Some people consider things are a rebel can. Some things aren't. For my family, just because we grew up canning, some things just aren't a rebel can to us. And then when the FDA upgrades, and let's be honest, over the last like 20 years, who really trusts the FDA now? How much produce do I buy from the store to can? Ooh, that one's a hard one. So I'm more of a from the garden to the table canner. So there is things that I do from the store. There's probably not very many. My jalapenos, that came from a farmer's market. Carrots, because my carrot yield last year was just crappy. My dog kept pulling them out and eating them. So carrots, those ones definitely came from the store. I would say the carrots and some of the potatoes in here came from the store. Yeah, carrots and potatoes came from the store. The meat came from the farm. Almost everything else on here I've grown myself. I guess my broth. I would say my broth comes from the store in a weird way. The reason why I would say that my broth comes from the store is when I go to Costco and I get a rotisserie chicken, I save all the carcasses and then I'll make a huge batch of broth. And so technically I bought the chicken at the store. Do I pressure cook or water bath? I do both. Water bath canner. Pressure canner. I do both. I have never used an electric canner. I'm a little scared of them. So if you've used them, talk to me about it. I'm a little nervous. Water storage. I have two 270-gallon water tanks out in the garage and then way more water stored up inside my house. And then I have a 10,000-gallon pool. You bought stuff to can. Does it have to be organic? It doesn't have to be. That's your preference. I'm never going to shame you for what you choose to eat. I'm not snooty when it comes to food. As long as your family is fed and you guys are fed and you're happy, that's all that matters in my eyes. No, and I want an all-American canner. I really do. Bottle caps. The moment you see that, when you see me get my all-American canner, you know I've made it in life. That's how I feel about it. But this is just what I teach, is this room. Okay, Martin. Water bath can. Yep. Water bath can for high acidic food. Pressure can for low acidic food. Billy D is also a canner. He loves to can. Electric or generator. So I have solar generators and gas generators. And right now I am purchasing a new dual fuel. How do I put this in good words? We're generator hoes. That's it. That's all I got for you. We love our generators. But I love my solar generators. My husband loves his fuel ones. He preps his focus, like his like good focus is fuel. That is what he loves to do, and he loves those component parts. Dan's like, I've never laughed so hard. I was trying to come up with like a graceful word for it, but then I have to remember I'm not the most graceful. So we're just generator hoes. I'm going to step off for that one because I didn't expect to drop that one in the live. Thank you, Aunt. Let's not spam in the chat. If you spam in the chat, then we end up having to mute people. And I would prefer not to have to mute you guys because I assume that you're adults. Can my husband do this too? So my husband will come on and he'll teach a little bit about like fuel storage. That's kind of his thing. I teach mostly all of the other parts. No, I am not. But right now I have been cutting. So we were going to do bungee cords across. But I'm cutting in plexiglass to actually sit inside to harness in, which I'm very excited. Now, when I lived in Alaska, you would never see this. When I lived in Alaska, this was not a thing when I was prepping. Oh, no. No. Everything I canned was in bottom of cupboards because I went through a 7.4 earthquake. Never, ever, ever in an earthquake zone. No. Utah's convinced that there's always going to be the big one coming. They thought one of the big ones was like a 5, and I didn't lose a single jar because I have everything strapped to the walls. But I found that I could cut, and so I've been cutting. It's like kind of like plexiglass. I don't know what the term is. I found it at Home Depot, okay? And I've been sawing it off. I have about 9 sheets sawed off, but I need just a few more than 9. A few more. Thanks, Mule. Yeah, we can discuss body armor. I can show you my body. I have my body armor set up right over here if you want to see that. That's really quick. Everyday carry, when we do that, I will not show my guns because I'm not supposed to do that on live. I believe I can do that in videos. I just don't know if that messes with monetization, but you guys can let me know on it. But let me show you. So mine comes from a lot. I have to grab different stuff. There's a lot of different ones. So this is my rig setup. My rig setup's really, really easy. It's from Longhorn Tactical Defense. It's veteran owned. Love it. Got level 4s. And then you just have your little molly gear up front. Because of the way I carry every day, I have it rigged up for what I carry. And then I have another setup that is rigged for more if fucking shit has hit the fan. Not shit hit the fan, fucking shit has hit the fan, okay? So we have multiple setups that are just different of what we need. And then I can show you, I'll show you the helmet. Hold up, let me go get it for you. So this one's my husband's setup. He goes with a different brand. This is, I think, an AR500 setup. I think he has level 3 plates on his setup, but his rig setup is just a little bit different. His has more quick releases on his shoulders. And then the side sappy plates actually open, and his have more of like a Velcro, similar to what we deployed with. Mine have a quick release system. So my quick release system is a pull string, and it just pulls and it will unsnap very quickly, and I can move a little bit easier. Now, my setup's a little bit different. My plates are a little bit smaller than his plates because of my size of my diaphragm. So we have both level 3 and level 4. And then this is his new setup. He just got this one. This one's from Redemption Tactical. We really like Redemption Tactical. They're great. And he just got his new setup. But because I wasn't with him and I was filming for Jace, I'm going to go get mine sized to my head. Thanks, Dan. I think you need to adopt me. Yeah, there's like shit hitting the fan, and then there's like fucking shit hitting the fan. That's kind of how I level it out. So I'm pretty real when it comes to things. So like most of the time I'll be like, shit hits the fan. That could be all kinds of things. That could be a hurricane. That could be tornadoes. That could be civil unrest, a grid down. But if fucking like a nuke, that's fucking shit hit the ground. A Red Dawn scenario, that's fucking shit hitting the fan. Body armor is illegal in the UK. Oh, okay. But I love his new helmet. But I have to go get size for my head, because we don't have the same size of head. Okay. So he's convinced my head is bigger than his. And it's probably true. I have an ego. Is it 3A plus with plates, or do you have level 4 plates? So I have level 3, and then I have level 4. I just upgraded into my rig system where I just replaced my plates. It does equal it. It might be. It might be, okay? Me and him do not share hats for a reason. I love my hats, and he's not allowed to touch my hats. Now, oh, we have another set. Hold up. Do you want an old school set? So I'm going to take you guys to my family's property, okay? I'm going to take you to like an OG prepper property, okay? I'm going to take you down there. You're going to find water storage from probably 40 years ago, okay? I would not drink that. Is it unusable for a garden? I don't know, maybe questionable. But I'm going to take you there and show you the tunnels. There's some crazy stuff. I can't do it today because it's quite a journey. But if you go into a live and it looks like a house that just walked out of the 1800s, that's the other house. Let me go show you an OG set of plates, all right? And it will get the shit done. I just would not want to run with that. Ever run with that. So let me go grab that for you really quick. Holy cow. All right. All right, first I'm going to ask the question, what kind of plates do you think I'm going to show you? I would not use them. They're not the most tactically sound to use, but some of you that have never been around all the different types of plates out there might not have ever seen any before. So, what kind of plates do you think I'm going to show you? Because they are, get that arm working, you know, we got to get... Chicken plate. All right. This thing is heavy as all can get out. I would never use these. Ever, ever, ever use these. Do you want to know why? Hold up. Let me find something to beat on them with. Do you know what that sound is? These ones are, they're steel plates. Let me show you. Let me break them out for you. This is body armor from a friend who was in the Ugandan army. And these are your steel plates. You don't want these, okay? You don't. They're fucking heavy. And you are going to be running so slow that it would be like shooting fish in a barrel, okay? This thing, you don't want. Now, did we have some amazing friends that we met overseas that were part of the Ugandan force and that they gave them to us and we have kept that as like a little collector's piece? Absolutely. Is it there for just the fucking case? Sure, why not? We'll fucking set them up in a window. It's a great barrier. You ain't getting through it. But they are so freaking heavy. Heavy, heavy, heavy. This is your new favorite channel? Oh no, don't say that. I appreciate it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Some people don't like live creators. And that's because they prefer the clean, the crisp side of information. And I prefer it too also when it comes to videos. But I like to show the things that I know and I'm comfortable with and that I can kind of just go on the fly. Yes, exactly what Mule said. A chest rig equals speed. It's back there, but I'm not going into the safe. I am not going through all of that yet. You can weld that to your prep car door. Exactly. Honestly, we welded a lot of things to our vehicles while we did convoy security just for a little extra beef. Light shows are great, but you've learned a lot today. I appreciate that. I appreciate Nate for having me on. He is phenomenal, and I really do appreciate it because it was such a great one because we've talked for a while, and you know, it was really hard. And I won't lie to you, as a female in this industry, the first thing that always happens, like I'll give you the nitty, the gritty. Like I can tell you what's happened in the last like 4 years on social media. My channel over on TikTok was surging, just going through the sky roof. Okay. Things were great. And then there was, I think that's why he said the line, the crusty old dudes, okay? I had a plethora of those kind of guys come after me because they were doing really faulty water filtration. And I wasn't rude and I wasn't condescending. I'm a girl. And I said, hey, I would be teaching, because I knew that he was teaching new preppers, like, you know, beginning 101. I was like, hey, remember the number one thing we want to teach people is try to source from a fresh water source first before going to something murky, neon green, that's going to need not only water filtration, but a lot of water purification involved in it. And that turned into get into the kitchen, go make me a sandwich. You got bees in your bonnet. What other videos have they made about me? All because I said we should probably teach new preppers to source from a fresh water source. And I don't like to bash other people ever. But then the very sexist remarks, and I was like, that's funny. Like, then meet me on the range. If you can outshoot me on the range, then you can talk shit to me. And my husband was laughing hysterically because he was on the live. And he was laughing because he was like, oh, you ain't outshooting her. Because he's like, I can't outshoot her. Because that was one of the things that I had going into the service that not a lot of other people had, is I grew up shooting constantly. And most of my friends ended up going into competitive. I chose the service. They chose to compete in like mile-long shots. That was just who I hung out with. And so for me, when I was in an all-male field while I was deployed, all the time I got the comment, you're a girl, you can't do that. You're a girl, you're going to get us killed. You're a girl, this, that, and that. And I said, okay, well, if you can outshoot me, then you can talk shit to me every day until the day I die. And they were like, done. You know, any person's going to take you up on that offer. And when I would out-qualify, that was when I started to gain respect, is because I work really hard at what I do. So these guys on the internet just decided that they were going to come after me for whatever the purpose was. They made profile pictures calling me Miss Piggy. Apparently I look like a pig. And that doesn't hurt my feelings because honestly, I deployed with a bunch of Cab Scouts. What feelings I had in me when I deployed with them was beaten out of me. So that doesn't exist. You can't really hurt my feelings. Well, Dawn, you might outshoot me on there. What am I cooking? Nothing right now. I'm working. I'm teaching. Oh yeah, Doug, 100%. So I thought it was really nice that he brought me on, and he did such a great interview, and we really got to touch in on those, and I really appreciate it. Like, he's phenomenal, an amazing prepper. Yes, I do can my own vegetables. Joseph. But yeah, so if you have never seen steel plates, I got you. Got you. Oh, and by the way, please do not trust body armor on TikTok Shop or Temu. Okay? Please just don't. All right? That's the only one where I'll be like, that was really questionable option you decided to defend yourself with, okay? What are you up to, Smokey? Sorry, I was double checking on Jace on what they wanted me to do tonight. Buy some and make some videos. We could. We could. It doesn't weigh much. I don't remember off the top. I don't even think. It's light. Like, it's not heavy. It's not heavy. I can't remember because I didn't get the lightweight plates. Because sometimes they'll have like ones that weigh a little bit less. Military specs sometimes could be a Temu status, okay? I'm not gonna pretend like military. So sometimes people think like military grade is like the best. No, they give us what they'll afford to give us, and we just have to make it better, if that makes sense. Oh yeah, way less than 20. His is pretty light too. Like, I mean, if you want like specs, I'm 5'1" and I weigh 126 pounds. Like, it's not bad. Now, if you want to see me try to do that with this, let me make sure that I actually like tuck that plate in good so I don't break a toe. These are heavy. These, it's like a kettlebell. I don't want to break my jars. Those are heavy. This would be I think over 20. These things are heavy. You can hear them. Yeah, military grade is the lowest bidder. Some people, though, they believe it's like the best. And I'm like, dude, some of our vehicles, we were welding shit to our vehicles for something more for things to blow up through. Robin, you did catch a live. Yeah, we call that up armor. Yeah, on our vehicles when they were like, yeah, it's up armored. And we're like, yeah, I'll get a picture of you guys for my vehicle. My vehicle was called Mad Max. And you'll see all the things that were welded to Mad Max to hold Mad Max together. So Manuel, before I did my deployment, in which I performed a completely different MOS, I was supply. And I may or may not have acquired a lot of shit. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I acquired, it just fell out Wasn't on the accountability. Not too dead. Hello, hello. Yeah, I'll have to find a photo. I don't have one like saved on my phone right here, but I'll download one. I too, Sky, I agree. When somebody's like, this is military specs, and I'm like, I don't know if I want that, man. I think I might invest $800 in something different. I don't think I trust that one. Shh. I acquired. Our gear was what the Army gave up after the upgrade. Oh no. Papa Bajorn, welcome in, welcome in. It's great to have you here. And thank you for your service. Oh man. Okay, anyone get the dental work done in the military? Can we make like the joke on that? So like SHTF, people always talk about like what happens when a dental emergency happens, right? I'm just gonna tell you guys, you'll survive a lot of stuff. Just make sure you have antibiotics, okay? You'll survive a lot. I had my wisdom teeth removed, and the base I was on, we got mortared a lot. So they do not put you under to have that procedure. I don't know what in God's name made the military think we should remove everyone's wisdom teeth in country. And so all they do is sedate or just numb, and they break your teeth off in your mouth, and you watch the whole damn process. Well, we started taking incoming, and a tool broke off, and I have metal, is on the side? I have metal, a piece of the tool stuck in my jaw. So every time I go to the dentist and they're like, what is that? And I'm like, don't worry. It was just a rough day. It was just a normal day in the neighborhood. Like, who gave them the idea we should take wisdom teeth out well? No idea. 72-hour. Oh yeah, you're on so many drugs you don't know what you're doing. Without good oh yeah, no. So that's actually how my husband and I met. So we were in the same company. We were in two different sections. I was a trail driver. He was a trail gunner for his section. So we were always outside the wire at different times. So we really didn't cross paths, just briefly, occasionally, maybe in the gym. And it was after my wisdom teeth, I was stuck in my room for a couple days. And I don't even know if I want to admit this because these lives are recorded. Nah, I'll admit it. Okay. So I was delirious. The heat, that, they give you a lot of really good, yummy medicine over there. I was eating toothpaste. He like walked by and I was just like, I don't know. Things happen. And he was like, and that's how we met. You bought a full dentistry kit for shit. It's the fan, been studying oral. Good for you, Papa. I should do that. What was it like? It was just another day in the neighborhood. I mean, you become really desensitized to it. Like, you really do. I know we have a lot of other veterans in here, and I appreciate you guys being in here. But I'm going to ask the question to them if any of them have deployed. If you haven't deployed, no shame on you. Like, you can't control that shit. But I have a question for those in the chat. How many of you guys can sleep through a mortar attack? So after a moment, like, you can always tell who's new in the country because they're like, mortars, and then they like go and hide, and then like they're all freaked out and in the bunkers. After you just know if it's your fucking time, it's your fucking time. You have no control in this situation. So you can sleep through it. And I remember like our first sergeant, and he had just got back off of leave, and we were getting mortared. And he was running around and he was yelling my name and he's like, where is she? And I was like, I don't like you guys. I don't want to die with you guys. I was like in my own bunker. I was like, I ain't going over there. If I have to die with you guys, I don't want to die with you. No, can sleep now. Yeah. Like, you can sleep through it. You don't need to be terrified. I mean, when it's your time, wake me up when it's over, right? Or you had like people who are playing video games and they have their headsets on and half their chew has been blown off. And they're just like, the fuck just happened, man? Like, it's just one of those things, like, if it's raining hell, you don't know what you're gonna get. I can sleep. Yeah, you can sleep through a lot of things. Like, sleeping on a range, that's like a perfect nap. It's a very peaceful. I'm so glad we have so many veterans in here. I love it when I get veterans in here because I feel like we trauma bond a little bit. You know, you don't want to be friends with half the people you deploy with, but you're trauma bonded with them. You trust them with your life, but you probably don't trust them around your wife. I'll be honest, you don't trust them with your wife. You don't trust them really fully around your kids, but you're trauma bonded and it's like a bond you'll never break. Hi, Bobby. Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh, I'm sorry, Jess. I lost my best friend the same way. I'm sorry. When you lose people over there, it changes you for life, especially when they're right by you. I'm sorry. That's the hard part. Code Red's like, this is freaking awesome. We're all freaking trauma bonded. Kenna, thank you so much for liking it. Tamila, why are you sad today? Is the sun not shining? Official. Oh, fancy. On women's healthcare, so I would definitely think about like yeast infections and UTIs. That one will take somebody down very quickly. You can order those exact same prescriptions. I don't know other companies. I only work with Jace, but you can order those through Jace. Feminine hygiene definitely is a big one, and especially in women's healthcare, that's going to be a hard one during SHTF. Like, there's so much I'm trying to research more on because, you know, cancer is prevalent in this world we live in. No, Aunt, not really. Oh, thanks, Charlie. Welcome in. Shiwis, those right there, Papa, those are the best. That's what I used overseas. They weren't called that. I don't remember what they were called. It was literally like a funnel. Hold up. It was like... We didn't have anything fancy like that, but it was smaller than this. And those are freaking awesome. If you're preparing for SHTF, I recommend those to the full capacity because there was times we did security halts and I could not dismount from the vehicle. And when you gotta go, you gotta go. Unfortunately, women cannot just like stand up and pee somewhere. You're looking for a foot of snow here in Montana. It was snowing here in Utah today. I have my peach tree wrapped in bed sheets right now. I look like a crazy lady. So like a shiwi is like, it's a funnel. It's now made of like, what's that material? Bendy. It's bendy. What is it? Why can I not think of the name? Silicone. Thank you, Sean. You're awesome. Silicone, and it's foldable and adaptable. Mine, I don't think it was silicone. It was like plastic. Golden Flame, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. The Rise of the Shadow Mountains, hello. Very nice, Tyler. That's an awesome win. She takes it for hikes and likes it. Yeah. So that was a common thing that I used because we would be driving, we would have a security halt, and to be honest, like a security halt, none of the guys jumped down. Like nobody was going to jump off my ASV to the ground to go pee. Most of the guys would just pee off of the vehicle because pressure plates, shit happens on the ground. And also there's a bunch of rabid dogs there. Like, I'm not going to lie. In overseas, You would not be shocked to see a Chihuahua eating a Great Dane on the side of the road, okay? That was normal. That was a normal thing. And those dogs have rabies, okay? They're not nice. So for us, it was just easier for me. Like, they would climb up top, they would go pee. I would lean my seat back, roll towards where the gunner's hatch is, and then I would go there and then throw that bottle out into the abyss. And yeah, I don't feel bad about that. Okay, you did 6 tours, so you get it. Yeah. Because sometimes you just don't want to you don't want to step out. But that's a great thing to have for prepping for females. Because there might be a situation, like you may be in your vehicle and it might not be safe to stop, or there could be civil unrest or something like that to happen where it would be unsafe for you guys to dismount or go anywhere. What, Jake? Rule SHTF if creating a fort or fortress. Ooh, that one's a hard one, Manuel. I have to think on that one. Okay, Jake. Your mom called. She cheated on your dad. Okay? But it's time for you to go. But it's been nice. Therapy's free. Okay? Anyways, continue. Dawn's like, truckers toss pee bottles out. I'm trying to go dog, flea, and tick colors under. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm trying to think on what Manuel said. That's a good one. That's a really good topic. That's one I would like have to think about. Because I probably wouldn't build one here. Like, not near where neighbors are. Out on my property, I mean, that's easy. But you wouldn't want people to know, and you also wouldn't want to be exposed. Were we allowed to smoke that? No. No. You, the atheist, is the only prepper. So my family was LDS. They were. And then I left the church, and my mom left the church. And then slowly the rest of my family did too. So, I mean, I got no bad blood or anything like that. I think it's great. I love that they teach preparedness. And I think that's amazing. But it's funny because you say you come from the same kind of family and you're the only one that preps. Crows go for the eyes, right? Dogs can be one. If you don't have dogs in the end of times, it could go 2 different ways. Dogs, especially in third world countries, are much more vicious than what we see in first world countries. Then you have people who have dogs that are not trained. So like my dogs are highly trained. The one that would probably get, sorry, Dax, he might not make it to the sequel. Dax probably wouldn't. He's an Australian Shepherd and he is loud. Now, would that benefit in a situation of knowing when people are around? Yeah, he's phenomenal. But he's a liability. I'm trying to go through everything. I'll do a bug out bag video. The only thing I don't like to do on live, so TH Outdoors, I used to do like pull my bug out bag out on lives and then something would get misplaced. So I prefer to do those ones on videos just for the fact that then I can go back and see exactly which pocket I had it in. That's just my OCD. So there's certain things like where I'm like, ugh, because I used to do it all the time on TikTok. And then all of a sudden, so I have like one bag here, and then I have another bag over there. My other bag over there is like what I take out to the property. And things started to get swapped between the bags. For perimeter security for this property or the other one. So two different ones. For this one, we use a lot like natural perimeter security. So we have a lot of thorny bushes, stuff like that, especially around like entry and exit points. It just makes it a little bit easier, especially around like window wells. Other security we have, for instance, like almost every room we have cameras. That's the technology side. Now, if technology isn't there, my home, there's 3 entry points that are pretty easy. And they're pretty easy to cover. Now, I have gotten a few, like, so I have a steel bar. I'm not sold on it. I want to try something different for doors. Obviously, upgrading your locking mechanisms, all of those. And then even like on my perimeter around this property, I mean, there's cameras, and then there's like even sound systems just that are magnetic that will make sounds. But that's because my husband traveled for work, and so I'm used to being alone. So then I just kind of monitor our property a lot more. Now on the property, that's a different one. Yeah, right. Bike, mountain bike, attic. This is your first live. How do you do your lives? For my lives, I do lives about twice a week on this app. I'm probably speed it up a little bit more. Like I'm scared of you. You're probably like 5'3". You're giving off little man syndrome. That'd be like the last thing I'm scared of. Just so we're clear. Well, I know, it's fine. And mine was a joke too. Don't be sensitive. Oh, relax, lady. But what's your favorite scary movie? I'm the weirdo. You're the one who said you wanted to come to my house. Hold up. You want to give all Billy Loomis vibes like I'm coming to your house? What's your favorite scary movie? Let's be real on that. His mom's calling. She says your ramen noodles are done. Right? Don't get yourself in a tizzy. Thanks, Corey. See, that's one of the fun parts about my job. I'm so used to this. I love those. Those people who are like, I'm going to come to your house. I'm going to get you. And I'm like, you have such a better chance of like going to like your local grocery store. But, you know, I'll speak for the other veterans that are in this group. I'll speak for you. You can correct me if I'm wrong. For all the other ones that are in here, former service members. How would you feel if somebody said that they were coming to your house? Oh, I'm a huge Scream fan, Trent. Huge Scream fan. That's actually one of my favorite movies. Who, come on. We literally have PTSD that we can't deal with. And they tell us not to act on our intrusive thoughts. That's like a welcome ceremony. That's like our time to shine. We're like, oh, it's like Christmas. So just come on over. You're good, bad granny. Don't worry. Hi, Greg. Welcome in. Welcome in. It's like one of those moments, like I have been waiting for this my entire life. Like, does anyone remember, what was the comedian's name? Somebody in here is going to know it. Kevin, no, what is it? Dane Cook? I am waiting for a B&E. Kick in my front door, please. Please do it. There is so much in life that I have been waiting for, but that moment, who else? Who else has been waiting for that B&E moment? Come on, breaking an entry. Ugh. How many of you guys are out there? Yes, I did, Trent. Puts the lotion on the skin, has a deep well. It's like a training op. Like, I don't think people on the internet realize that. They're like, I'm gonna come to your house, I'm gonna get your shit. I'm like, this is like a training op. This is like the best thing. We're gonna figure out what works and what doesn't. And we know a lot of things that work, but I don't know if you do. It wouldn't hurt my feels. Exactly. No, officer, I don't think 20 rounds was excessive. Hi, Michelle. What's up? How have you been? I don't know if I could see the northern lights here. I miss Alaska for the northern lights. It's one of those moments, though, where you're like really, truly questioning people. You're like, for your safety, I would not do that. There's a lot of comedians out there that do make some really good military humor, and I love it. And there's one guy, and he's so funny, and he's like pretending he's a Karen, and he's like, that guy in there is crazy, and they're like ready to like kick in his door. And he's like, well, can you tell me more, blah, 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 blah. And she's like, the guy somehow or another says he's a veteran, and she's like, yeah, he's a veteran in there too, go deal with your people. And the guy's like, hey, sir, they told me what unit you were with. Thank you for your service. You have a good one. Like, there's a reason why there's dark humor with all of us. We're all a little dark on the inside. We're just a little spicy. It's a great run-through training operation for a family. Papa Bajoran, thank you so much for that gift. I appreciate it. American Slav, what's your question? What's your question? It'd be a quick... It would just be one of those training missions. Oh, people are like, and that's the funny part, is a lot of people don't understand human nature. So most of y'all who do want to troll me are not actually like into conflict. Most humans generally don't like one-on-one conflict. There's a few select of us out there that really just enjoy the game of it. Hence why you're not going to hurt my feelings. There's nothing left to hurt. But most of the time, they want to do it through a whisper, or they want to do it through a keyboard. They really got no backbone to stand on. Anywhere in the world? I don't know. Have a good night, Mule. I'll catch you on the next one. Oh, you're one of those. So American Slab. So what you're going to do is you're going to set your phone down. Okay? Okay? You're going to set your phone down. You're going to walk into the other room where your mommy is, because I'm not your mommy. And then you're going to hand those over to her. You're going to ask her to clean those, and then you're going to bend over and get wiped. And then that's how you deal with it, but not on the internet. So your mom called. I'm busy. I don't want to raise you. Whitby Island? Yes, I have. Papa Bajorn's like, I am so ready for this. Do I want confrontation? No. Will I walk away? Probably not. I told you, I have done this so long as a live creator. There's not much that can really affect me. This is my, I'm very quick, fast, very fast pace. I mean, how many of you guys have been in here for over 200 minutes? I mean, some of you guys have been in here for a long time. Are you guys enjoying the live? Is this like, do you guys like it? Because I feel like there's not a lot of live creators out there on this app. There is a few that are generally just go, 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 go. Let's talk about all the topics. Let's get those things. Because I want to hear, when you guys type in my comment section, I want to know what you guys are wanting to talk about. You know what I mean? I take those topics and I'm like, okay, how am I going to film about this? Because you guys are the ones that matter. Oh, thanks, GF. Rhonda's like, I am still here. It's 2:08 in the morning and you're really enjoying it. That's amazing. Thanks, Freak Out Tent. I do. I like to keep an open forum because then it allows us to discuss multiple different things. And then there's things I won't touch on. And then like the next live, we get to touch on a little bit more. And then it just keeps it going. You're already prepping for hurricane season. Let's go, GF. You are on it. Doug S says, it's my first time. Be gentle. You got it. I just found you so... Well, I'm glad you're here, Bad Granny. Greg in the chat has been with me on TikTok. I mean, gosh, what, 4 years? 4 or 5 years? I feel like you've been following me. Chef was one of my very first followers. If you don't have a property and find a room to put all your gear, to get to hang out your gear, last thing. Okay, this is going to sound weird, but if you don't have property, find a room, put all your gear on it, and walk around for at least 30 minutes to an hour to get. Yeah, true. You don't want to get sleep. So one thing I try... Oh, Sean, you came over from one of my shorts? Well, welcome in. Welcome in. One of the things that I like to recommend is all of you guys who do prep, pick a day. Pick a day of the week that you normally watch a television show or you normally just take a little downtime. Just pick one day, 1 hour, maybe 2 max, and go through your preps. Go through it and organize. Like, I'm constantly moving stuff around. Like, today we messed around with that. Time before, I was messing around with water filtration. You can kind of see it over here. It's sticking out. Reorganize. Oh, Freak Out 10, thank you so much. I got ADHD too. That's why I can talk about so many different random topics all in like the same breath. So, good for you. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Yeah, Canadian Prepper is awesome. He's really awesome. It meant a lot that he did that video. What does he call it? Does he call it a podcast interview? It was really good, like to do that different perception. I love the long live streams on in the background while you're at work. Yes, Trent. Trent, you've been with me for a long time too. Yeah, so I always like recommend like go through your gear, go through it, like get hands-on, touch it. Because here's the thing. When something happens, and that's probably why I'm so weird about opening a bug out bag on here, is everything is in a specific spot. And I like it that way. Like it a lot. But say something was to happen at any moment. I want to make sure I know where everything is. If the power goes out, so some people in here were saying that they're already prepping for hurricane season. Yes. What happens when the power goes out? For all you guys that live in Hurricane Alley or Tornado Alley, where you guys lose power on a regular basis, what happens? It gets dark, and it gets dark fast. And if you don't know where a light is, you don't know where anything is, then you're caught fumbling, right? You're totally messing up that play. You're going to drop the ball on the ground, and then you're going to be scrambling trying to figure out where your light is, if things are charged, if your batteries are in. So I recommend once a week, just for like an hour or two, just go through. And I'm never finished going through all the stuff. I feel like I'll touch one area, and then the next time. Oh, you listened to it from driving up from Michigan? That's amazing. Oh, Papa Bajoran, I hope she does. I hope she likes it. South Florida is a prepper training zone. Truth right there. If the power goes out, I'm eating everything within a day. You have 3 water pumps in the backyard in Miami. Ridiculous now, the rain. Yes, the flooding has been really bad this year. Yep, I worked on a pantry. Get ready for higher prices. Oh, those prices are coming. And we were given an incredible opportunity with such a shitty circumstance, but we have a timeline of when prices are going to increase. So we, for the first time as preppers, have a timeline, essentially kind of like the pandemic, right? We knew it was going on. Most of us started prepping a little bit more in overdrive, but we have a 90-day timeline. So take advantage of it. Take advantage of it now. MREs, a long time. A long time. They're good. No. I was an E4 Mafia. I have no shame in my game of where I was. I was up for my 5 as I was re-enlisting, and I declined. And I was cool with it. Thanks, C-Note. I appreciate that. I ain't got no shame in my game. E4 Mafia, I'm always down for some sketchy shit. I am so down for that. Too many MREs will stock you up. They will stop you up, and then you won't need to eat for a while. And you guys have to remember, like, MREs essentially, oh gosh, isn't it like 2,700 calories between every single part of it? That's a lot of food. I don't even eat 2,700 calories as it is. So I have hot up. I have rechargeable batteries, regular batteries, and then a lot of different flashlights that are solar powered also. Oh, that is really sad, GF. I'm so sorry. What would you add cash to emergency? I do have cash in all the emergency bags for a 15-year-old teen. Absolutely. Because what if they get stuck somewhere and they could bribe for a ride? Or what if they get stuck somewhere, or, you know, like, I would put cash in. Even if it's like not a very big amount, I would still put it in there just in case. I'm so sorry, GF. That's sad. Thanks, serial killer, but I am happily married. Armor get knocked off the shelf? No, I kicked it though. Did you hear me kick it? It's like, it's on there. It's on the ground. Oof. So Lou, you're going to ask a question. Some people are going to get mad at me and some people are not, okay? Best food is my favorite. I call it the blue wall. It's called a blue wave. I love this wall. I love it so much that I'm going to bring you all the way up close. This is my absolute favorite. Why is it my favorite, you say? Because there is a lot of freeze-dried meat. Now, my second favorite, I really do like Mountain House. I eat it all the time. I go hunting, I go hiking. I love it. So all these are a little bit different. So some of them, it's hot water, some of it's cold water, and then you just cook it normal. So this gives you the options of kind of having your own kitchen as if the grocery store never disappeared. I do have promo codes for it. Charmingly Frugal will save you 15% off of anything in their shop, but it's freeze dry wholesalers. And I mean, like the one that I would go down, like the last Alamo, would probably be this one. All right, this one's my absolute favorite, and nobody can change my mind, because during the apocalypse, your girl is going to be enjoying herself a nice margarita or a pina colada, having a great time if shit hits the fan. But you know, I'm going to have some king crab and be dipping it in my butter, okay? We ain't just surviving, we are thriving. And I'm a spoiled, rotten prepper, okay? I like what I do, okay? I have it linked also on my videos here on YouTube. Yes. So my absolute favorite, where's the one I showed you guys earlier? It is the pumpkin. Oh, that's freeze-dried milk right there. It just fell off the shelf. Where did I put it? This one is my absolute favorite. This one, I just steam it, and it is so good. And the way I steam it is I use, have you ever used an Instapot before? So you can get those silicone inserts into your Instapot. You can find them on Amazon. They're like $3, okay, guys? This is your upgrade, okay? This is your upgrade into your freeze-dried game, because you don't need to plug in a steamer, okay? I'm doing freeze-dry Fridays on here every Friday. We'll be cooking up different brands, different food, all those, but this is one of my favorites, okay? So what I do is I put it in a pot with water and put that silicone insert in. I can cook it over a fire. I've done it while I'm out in the field. You put in your pumpkin. It's like pumpkin pound cake. This one's got like pumpkin seeds and like cranberries in it. It is delicious. Delicious. When I say we ain't just surviving, we're thriving, I mean it. That one's one of my absolute favorites. Absolute favorites, because I can alterate meals around it. So if I want something with more protein or more vegetables, I also freeze dry my own food, okay? So if you don't have your own freeze dryer, this is a great resource for you to kind of come up with ideas of how you want to cook meals. MREs are good to a point. I do have a ton of MREs. I just showed, I have like boxes up to the ceiling. The blue bags are freeze-dried wholesalers. My absolute like favorite would be the freeze-dried pulled pork. I'm looking for it. This is the one. I can't keep the boys out of here. Their grubby hands will come in here. They want to take it to the field. I'm taking it to the field. This one's like the freeze-dried shredded beef. This one's really, really good. Easy to cook. All you have to do is put this. Oh, there's freeze-dried pork. Right here. So all you do is you just put this in a Ziploc bag with water, or a cup with water, whatever you want to do, a bowl, whatever. It rehydrates really, really fast. Then you just throw it up. You throw it up. Throw it on a frying pan and just cook it up. Your generators can't handle it when yeah. You bought a new power station today. Just something to think about with the prices. Yes. So Charlie, you're dead on. So I just did a couple videos talking about that. A lot of the components for your solar power stations are from China, and those prices are going to go up. So if you have been holding it back, you're going to want, yeah, I like brownies too. Like, this is a rotational pantry. I cook all this. This is my thing. But you're going to want to like get those purchases done now if you've been holding off before those prices raise, or you're just going to have to adjust accordingly and know you're going to be paying a lot more. We dehydrate and freeze dry and pack our own food in Mylar bags. Nice, Doug S. Yep, you can. You can use just the sun. What's the red stuff in the jars? Which one? Which jars? This one or over here? That's all tomatoes. So salsa. Because, you know, I enjoy a good salsa, a good chips and salsa. You want your salsa. These are marineras. My sauces. Some delicious sauces. We've got whole tomatoes, quarter tomatoes, whole tomatoes, quarter tomatoes. I use them within 5 years easily. I use these. These will all be used like within a year and a half. And then I'm just always re-adding more to it. Where do I get my Mylar bag holders? I got them off Amazon. I might have them linked on my Amazon links underneath my videos. I don't remember what they're called. My friend Cast Iron showed me them, and then I ordered them immediately. Let's go. Rat Racer is canning 40 pounds of chicken breast. Let's go. So this is just a rotational pantry. So in here alone, has about a year. A year for about family of 5 in this room. And then like in all these bins, these are bins we've been working on for the last like 6 months. This is all Mylard food. They're all filled. It's a little crazy. I don't know who that is. Wallaby, I use topmylar.com. I've heard a lot of great things about Wallaby. Or Wallaby, I'm probably missaying and somebody's going to get mad, and that's just my hick accent and it's going to come out sometimes. But I really like Top Mylar because Top Mylar is really, really thick. Let's pull out some. Where is the box? There's a new box in here somewhere. It might be upstairs because I was Mylaring up there while I was filming. I have a whole box just filled with Top Mylar because I buy it in bulk. Yeah, people are starting to wake up and take control. Oh, I said it the right time the first time. Thanks, Jess. Can I call you Jess or do you want me to call you Jessica? So, okay, so fun fact. People have been saying this since 2012. That's a really strange one. So I have to have you explain this to me. So my grandpa was born in 1910. And my grandma was born in the 32? And they were preppers. And what happened during those time frames? Please educate me on this. Because we're going to break that down. What was happening in the early 1900s? Go ahead, I'll wait. Because I'm really good at this. Because I grew up this way. This wasn't just like a hobby or something I got intrigued with. This is the way I grew up. What happened? Someone hit it. Spanish flu. Okay. And Great Depression era. Yes. But nothing's ever going to happen, right? Nothing's going to happen. So you have all those. And then you had World War II. And most people who did not get a really good, correct education don't know about ration cards. I still have ration cards from my grandparents. It was a thing. Food shortages were an extreme thing. And people were going, Byron. Or did I say that wrong? The Day of Reckoning. Oh, I'm not doing the rapture stuff. Like, this is the way I grew up. So I grew up with preppers. And this is the only thing I've ever been taught in my entire life. I am 36 years old. I am old. Okay? Been doing this my entire life. It has been passed down from every person in my family. And I grew up with my grandparents. And this was just a normal day. And there was a normal conversation of what happens if the power goes out. My grandpa was raised in a time where there wasn't. Power was not a thing in 1910. Yes, you could have it. Yes, you were probably wealthy. but not everybody had power. And my great-grandpa, don't even get me started, because he was born in like 1860s. Okay, so that's where we're having this. So growing up that way, many things have happened throughout time, and we've always relied on our food storage. And guess what? Financially, we've always been pretty okay. Because when you grow your own food, preserve your own food, prep your own food, you take a lot more control, and you're not attached to the system as much. We have the fortunate to live in the US where most places deal with SHTF constantly. Yep, that is true, Mark. I do. I can show you some of them. So I'll just show you some. These are just some. They're all getting ready. I have a whole table over there filled. Some were like experiments because I grow my own food. You're struggling. Let me get that off of you. But some of them I was like, let's see how this one's going to transplant. Some of them don't turn out because, once again, because of your name. I love the name, serial killer. If you're a gardener, you are a serial killer when it comes to plants. So some are going to live and some are going to die. Some are going to transplant well and some are not. They are. Seeds are very essential. I agree with that. Prepping isn't only for disasters. Yep, 2008, you lost your job and you lived off your preps for 8 months. That's phenomenal. Way to go. Yes, FAFO, I would love it if you want to grab dinner. If you guys don't know, FAFO is my husband. Everyone say hi. You're having a great success this year, even. Oh, very nice. Do I have dogs or other pets? Yes. So we have 3 dogs, 2 cats, 2 ducks, 14 chickens, and a partridge in a pear tree. 3 children too, if you want to count those. Yep. And the more self-sufficient you become, the more of a liability to the government you become. I agree with that 100%. Kids don't count. Okay. Jessica says kids don't count. Yeah, we got firearms. we love our firearms here. I'm going through some type of been laid off, camp food, brought in a clutch. Nice. And everyone's SHTF situation is going to be a little bit different. It could be a job loss that potentially could affect the roof over your head. Like, there's so many different ones that are going to be different. Papa lost all of his firearms in a boating accident. I agree. Mine was a house fire. Well, Louisa, I will help teach you. So I'm going to be doing canning segments. I just did a pressure canning one. I'm going to do a water bath canning one as the next one. But you can learn with canning with me, and I like to break it down basic style so you're not scared of it. There is no reason for anyone to be scared of a pressure canner if you're using all the safety mechanisms and you're checking it and you understand how it works, what you need, those kind of things. I like to bring humor into it when I'm doing it because when everyone gets so technical about it, it becomes too serious and then sometimes people miss steps. So like even on TikTok, I have like a viral video and right here is one of the vents that pop up. Okay, that's kind of like an escape hatch, right? And then you have one last like fail safe that will pop off before something bad happens. And I made like a humorous video and I was like, do not touch the button. Just don't push it down. Like, it's just some of those things that like resonate with people where they can remember it. They don't have to go back to a book. So I try to bring a little bit of fun into my prepping. Yeah, I'll bring my husband onto the show. The weird valve to the run. Yes. I love that you guys have been enjoying this all day today. Like, this is amazing. Puerto Rico's without power. Oh, that's rough, Mark. But yeah, this is just stuff I talk about, different things. I mean, there's like all kinds of like different items. Don't mind the snacks, okay? We don't talk about the snacks, okay? Told you, we're gonna be comfortable, okay? I like our snacks. Now, once again, I said that I have 3 children, so do we want to make a guess on how many of the snacks have been rated? Because my kids do go into the preps. That is not a full box. Yeah, I have water purifiers and filtration systems. So I have water machines. I do have, what's the other system? What's our system upstairs called? FAFO? Osmosis system. I have a water machine, which is like a carbon filter. And then I have purification if we need that. So many different ones. You have Twix, I'd be rating. I don't, look at this one. They hid this one under the other box. Can you tell a child's been in there? Well, apparently I need to restock on that. A water machine is similar to a Berkey. It's just not the stainless steel. We have one that's similar to it that is a stainless steel system. I can't remember the name. But the water machine, it's a glass system. That's just my preference for like daily use because I don't like the taste of stainless steel. Now, will I use it? Yes. I just don't really like the taste of it. Fire on ice cream, serial killer, I'm gonna do it. Thank you for that tip. Melt it up in the microwave with a little bit of butter, stir it up, and then pour it on ice cream. Thank you. No, he doesn't really have a sweet tooth. Looks like you need another safe. We need a few more safes. That sounds good. When things hit the fan, head to the Air Force towels. Right? Dan, I hear they got the best food. I hear they got the best food in there. I got questions. Often. I mean, I'm sure that those ones will be gone by like summer. And then there'll be new ones stocked up. But those ones will probably be gone quicker. Use Rolos in my s'mores. Done. You know your girl likes her snacks, okay? We like our snacks here. Hi, Ripper. Welcome in, welcome in. Apple jelly? I haven't made apple jelly in like 2 years. I got a lot of apple butter, but I don't have any apple jelly right now. I'd be down for making some apple jelly. I haven't made that in a minute. Yeah, you want to get some good filtration system. So like if you live in Utah, please, please, please go follow my TikTok account or my IG. It's Charmingly Frugal over there. That's where all the hints. Jace and me partnered up. They asked me to be their host. And they're dropping a free go kit, and it's hidden right now. And then inside of it, I put a $100 gift card for freeze dry wholesalers in there. For you guys. And then there is water filtration in there. There's, you know, some life straws, some everyday carry, like, you know, bracelets. My favorite one is a Battle Box one. I really love this one. There's 3 days worth of food on my board. I love when you guys troll me in a good way. I know, I was showing a different can. I'm sorry. Apple butter is great. So I have a lot of different apple butter. So I have an apple butter, a fall butter. The fall butter, this one has pumpkin in it. It is delicious. It's amazing on some toast. This one's like a cinnamon apple butter. This one's really good, phenomenal. What other ones do I have? Oh, this one's a pumpkin cinnamon apple butter. Like I say, we survive in style, but one of my favorites. Okay, so this one is the Holy Grail. This is my last jar, and I'm really sad. Okay, so apricot trees like to come in fluctuation. You'll get one really good harvest, and then the next year you won't get shizness, nothing. So I canned well over 30 jars. Well over 30 jars. And in a year and a half, we've gone through every single jar. This is the last one. So this next harvest, I have to can like 60 jars because this is my kid's absolute favorite is apricot jelly. Same with my favorite and same with my husband's. And I just cannot keep it on the shelf long enough. Let's see. Utah, the new beach. That's true. That's why I chose the other side of the Rockies. Dan knows it. And then what are my other favorites? I'll show you this beauty. This, I told you, I got a big head. I got a big ego. Do you guys know what that is? For all you men out there single or women out there single, you're going to learn this recipe. Okay? You gonna get yourself a wife or a husband real quick, okay? This is my peach jalapeno jelly. Kelly, are you still in here? I sent Kelly some of my peach jalapeno jelly. Kelly, if you're in here, what did you think of my peach jalapeno jelly? I sent her some. This... this is amazing. I don't know if she's still in here, but if she is, she can testify to it. It was quick. It was quick gone in her family. This is my favorite. I drizzle this over some cream cheese. I take my chips. I eat it. It is... How much? People who've been with me for a long time, sometimes I send them some really cool stuff. Yes, I do. I do canned deer. Venison? Yeah. I do. I really love a good canned, I like to do a venison chili. It's a fight. Bushwookie says Jake will not be eaten. So since you guys are all now part of the family, I'm going to introduce you guys to Jake. Jake is the Holy Grail. Okay? Hold on. I'm scared that I'm moving his face around. Okay. So everyone over the years has decided that they see a face in here. And we're not allowed to touch him, even though we want to eat him. There's more of his siblings back there, and they get sacrificed first. But this is his nose, and there's an eye, and there's a mouth. And they have named this jar, and this is whiskey peaches, whiskey cinnamon peaches. It's got a little spice to it. This on top of ice cream, like I said, amazing. But they've named him, and he's not allowed to be eaten until the apocalypse. I'm not sure how long Jake will sit on our shelves, but he is now our full-time mascot. And most people do know who Jake is. So I'm going to very carefully move Jake back so he continues to keep his perfect face, but I'm going to run to the back. So this is what the whiskey peaches look like. I don't care if I shake them up, but you've got your cinnamon sticks inside of it. And when I make these, I pour with my heart. So there's like a shit ton of whiskey inside of them. They're delicious, okay? Jerky. Oh, yeah. Deer jerky is amazing. Yes, I do. Yes, this is just mainly like where we film. I do have more than one pantry. I even have a kitchen pantry. You're not allowed whiskey or guns. Man, bottle caps, that's a rough time. You know, I'm just glad you're not hating on me. I had some people like real mad. They're mad at America. America's mad at America. So, I mean, we're all kind of in the same shipwreck. All right, Doug, have a wonderful day. Oh, Kelly's in here. Kelly, what did you think of the jalapeno jelly, the peach jalapeno? She says it was amazing. And then Cowboy Candy. I sent her some of this too. Cowboy Candy. You got your jalapenos in there. You got your nice sweet syrup in there. Tanya, I'm glad you've enjoyed the live. I hope you have a wonderful night, and thank you so much for being here. The peppers. I love peppers. And then I even made candied jalapeno sauce. So when I was boiling all the jalapenos in, I saved it. And this smothered on a steak with a nice marinade. You're welcome. Don't let things go to waste. So here we have more mule deer. I've had whitetail, and in Oregon, that's what I had all the time, and it was amazing. But Utah has more mule deer than anything. No, I've never tried growing bullet chilies. You need the recipe? I will be posting all the recipes as we cook them up this summer. This summer, you'll start seeing whiskey peaches. You might be seeing me drink. Can I drink in a video? Is that like a thing? Y'all watch YouTube more than I do. Is that a thing? My husband might be drinking. I might be drinking. There might be a lot of drinking going on while we're canning. Moose is amazing. And Dawn, if you can get me some reindeer sausage, I would be eternally grateful, because that is the reason I didn't want to get rid of my Alaska ID. It was really hard to move away from there. Reindeer sausage, freaking phenomenal. If you have a chance to have a breakfast burrito with reindeer sausage, y'all, I'm telling you, we like our snacks in this house. You can drink on live? Okay. I've never had gator. I want to have gator. Oh no, Papa. Can you make crepes for friends? No, I don't think I'm a good crepe maker. It's caribou. I know, that's the joke. Bottle caps, that's the joke. So caribou sausage is delicious, but there is a place in Alaska that calls it reindeer sausage, and they put it in their breakfast burritos. That's what I was referring to. My kids were mortified when I was like, yeah, let's have a reindeer sausage burrito. And they were like, oh, you're eating Santa's reindeer? And I was like, oh my gosh, it's a caribou. It's fine. The cowboy candy did not last long either. I've never had wild boar. I want to go on. So one of my moderators from TikTok, he hosts boar hunts. And so I'm going to take my uncle over to his, because I've never had boar and I've never gone on a boar hunt. And I would love to. So in these buckets, oh gosh, what's in these ones? I have to remember. Hold on. We have to move things. I'm short and I can't reach the top shelf. Your girl might not remember what's in this one. This one's flour. I know that. That's flour. This one's rice. And that one's wheat berries. Down on the bottom is wheat berries. I'm like, I might not remember. You've had horse. Yes. Bottle caps, yes, I have. Yes, I have. No, I've never cooked a day in my life, Blake. Not one day. Never cooked. Never. I keep getting told to go to the kitchen, but I've never cooked. Not one day. Not one day in my entire life. Yeah, so this one's like a 7-gallon tub. These ones are the 5s. But that one's wheat berries. A horse? We're going to keep that a secret between us, bottle caps, okay? Okay. We're going to keep that secret, okay? Shit. Serial killer. What part of secret did you not understand? What part of the secret? You're missing the memo. Man, serial killer just spoiled the joke. I'm trying to think of all the weird things I've eaten. I've ate some weird things. So, do you guys remember like Fear Factor? Like, Fear Factor? So, when I was younger, I went to a church camp. We had a Fear Factor. And you had all your teams, right? You had your teams. And each team was trying to get enough points to win. We were Team Purple, and Team Purple was going to win because we are competitive, okay? I don't like to lose. That's just who I am, okay? All right, just so we're all on the same page. So we had a lineup. It was like three of us. My first friend got selected. They had to eat a worm, or they didn't get 100 points, or whatever it was, right? Okay, so one of my guy friends, he eats the worm, okay? And it was the next one. It was a cricket. Yeah, it was a cricket, okay? I'm like, all right, these are pretty challenging things as teenagers, you know? And, you know, people are gagging, and there's like other teams. There's like a yellow team, a red team. We were Team Purple and a blue team, all right? So you have all these people, and we're all lined up, okay? So I've chosen to go up because we're not going to lose, because I don't like to lose, and that's just who I am. He eats the cricket. He's a little freaked out by it, okay? So then they bring out a tub, and it's all black, and it's got a cover on it, and they're like, this is for the ultimate prize. Whoever eats this gets like 5,000 points, I think it was, or something. It was like a crazy astronomical number because most of our missions were like 100 points here or there. So everybody was tying with each other. And I'm like, all right, I can do this. I can do this. You know, they set the Tupperware in front of you. It's got a lid on it. And you hear something. And something's making a critter sound inside of there. And you know it's alive. You know it's alive. You know it's alive. All right? So this is just where we're going to meet. We're going to put out those ghosts out there for society. All right? Because, you know, when shit hits the fan, sometimes you're going to have to do some dodgy shit. All right? So they set out these containers. Okay? And it's the 4 of us that are left to eat it, right? We're all versing each other. Everyone's got their totes in front of it. And they open the tote. And it's a fucking cockroach, y'all. And it ain't like a little cockroach. It's like a big, honking cockroach, okay? It's this big. Freaking huge. Okay? One of the guys takes off. One of the girls is screaming. And it's like me and I think it was Team Yellow. And we're like locking eyes in this. And I'm like, oh my God. And you can't be known as the pansy that like wusses out on a mission like this, all right? You can't be the pansy, all right? Sometimes in life, you're going to have to do the hard things. So I ate the damn cockroach. The thing was trying to climb out of my damn mouth. I ate that thing, and I have no regrets. Because we won. We had like 5,000 points above everyone else. And I wasn't going to go down without a fight, all right? So there is things you might have to do in life. There's some sketchy things. Sometimes it's worth it, sometimes it's not. That's why you end up doing food storage, so you don't eat bugs. And you do it the right way. Man, I'm just out in all the secrets. There's so many of you guys that are new in here. I feel like we're just gonna get closer. You know, but it was Fear Factor. I couldn't pansy out on it. It was one of those moments. Used to eat ants when you were 5. Okay, cool. No. You ate a camel spider on a bet? No. I had a pet scorpion. His name was Francisco. Tastes like Skittles. Oh, I couldn't do the spider. Hot Up, thank you so much for the follow over there. I'm good. How are you? How close are we to 10,000? I think we're pretty close. I would draw the line. If it was a spider, I would have been gone. But I was like, well, we could win this thing or we could not win this thing. Oh. Hi, Laura. Welcome in. Welcome in. 9,920. Oh, we only need 80 more. Y'all hit that subscribe button and thumbs up in the chat if you haven't. No serial killer. No. No, I don't think I could do that one. No, I'm happily married. Ooh. Country Kirby's like, subscribe, y'all. Country Kirby's going to start yelling at you. Oh, thanks, Papa. I appreciate that. Yeah, see, that's why we have food storage, so then we don't get bugs in our food storage, okay? But some people who don't prepare, they're probably going to be eating bugs. I don't want to do that again, all right? There's no points in it, and I ain't winning nothing, okay? The ego is intact, and we got this. Kirby is about to yell. We need the recipe for the peaches. So it's just a simple syrup. So I do like a 1-to-1 ratio. So 2 cups of sugar to 2 cups of water. Sometimes I'll, like with whiskey, I'll do a little bit stronger, like a heavier syrup, I guess medium to heavy syrup. But I do like an equal ratio when I'm creating my syrup. And then I'll just blanch my peaches. And when I throw them all in a jar, I add a cinnamon stick. And then the syrup over the top of the peaches, I add lemon juice so that the peaches don't really lose their color because they're going to turn a beautiful pink. And then I pour with my heart's delight with the whiskey. You can pour it stronger or lighter depending on what your flavor is. My husband loves whiskey, so whiskey peaches it is. When you do the canning process, you are cooking the alcohol out. Some people have said that they can still like fill it, but the alcohol essentially might get cooked out of it. But you're going for the whiskey flavor. Strong Eyes, thank you so much for gifting a membership. I appreciate that. Oh, Strong Eyes just gifted Papa a membership. Thank you. Hot sauce this year. I got to teach Strong Eyes how to make barbecue sauce. We're going to be canning some barbecue sauce up because that's always delicious. Strong Eyes, thank you so much for sending out a membership. You just sent out a membership to just me. Thank you. Strong Eyes has sent out like 40 memberships this month. It's crazy. Oh, serial killers like, I drink Tabasco sauce. Allie, that's amazing. Thank you, Strong Eyes. You're so awesome. Mar, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate that. When I was a kid, I lived with a beer drinking lager. Collected bottle. You'd pound them in the... Tell me you have some of the bottle caps still. Is that how you got the nickname bottle caps? What do you have in your collection? I know that sounds weird, and I'm just going to assume. you have a collection of bottle caps. Anubin, thank you so much. Welcome in. Welcome in. Your wildlife nature videos are just basically a collection of bottle caps. That's really cool. Do you do old school can and pressure can? Yes, quite a bit of it. My grandparents both taught me how to can. And so some of it is very like strict regular canning practices, but I was showing earlier that I do like my own mushroom soup and those kind of things. That would be considered a Rebel can now, but back in the day they weren't considered a Rebel can. Do I have ramen noodles? Yes. My children love them. They're all up in that back corner. Yours did the same. So like what is considered a Rebel can now back in the day, it was not considered a Rebel can. Your grandmother was born in 1910 as well. Oh, no way, Old Gravely. Oh, so we both have really old grandparents. My grandpa was in 1910. It's a great year. Great year. Fantastic year. Yep, because they ate what they canned. Yep. It keeps you busy enough. Oh, I bet. What am I doing this weekend? The Jace treasure hunt in Utah and dance competitions. Ooh, okay. In Wyoming? Yeah, they were from Utah. Do I have off-road vehicles? Yes. So we have side-by-sides, four-wheelers, and then I drive a 392, a Jeep. It goes yee. It's fun. You're finishing your quail hutch this weekend? You want to build my chicken coop? I need to upgrade. Yeah, I have a 392. What exactly do you mean? A Jeep. If you own Jeeps, then you'll know. Like, it's the vroom vroom of the group. It's just got a little bit more oomph in its trunk, essentially, or under its hood. No, I haven't, Old Gravely. Do I wear Crocs? No, I've never worn a pair of Crocs in my life. Bottle cap goes, it's a Jeep thing. Ooh, you got the high tide edition? Let's go. No. So it has a lot of power to it. So it kind of goes like this. Like you got all your different types of Jeeps and you know, you get into your Wranglers and your Rubicons and then you get the ones who go like hardcore into it and they drop a diesel in and then right next to that, then that's the 392. 392s are fun. Ooh, yes. Okay, V8. Yeah. Well, did you hear that they're making like the 392s now like half electric? And I was like, what are you guys doing? Please stop. Stop touching our Jeeps. We don't want to be eco-friendly. Leave us alone. Beautiful, clean coal. Yes, I bet it is. Thanks, Laura. So I like mine because like I can do a lot of different things with it, which I like. But right now, because I just got it this fall, I got to upgrade some things. There's some things in there. Some things that are going to happen. It's like a midnight gray. Welcome in, Evie. She loves it forever and a day. Yes, I bet she does. United Truth. I guarantee it. She's 65 and she loves it. Kelly in here, she's also a Jeep girl too. She's a Jeep girl too. True. What's the last company? You use your mom's account. Okay. Had it for 10 years. I'm so over the hybrid thing. They are. I mean, here's the thing. They're going to break down. You got things to fix on them, but it's like, with Jeeps, it's like once you go into a Jeep, it's like opening a whole new hobby. It's like a whole new obsession of what you're going to upgrade and things you want to do to it. Whole new level. Kelly's in here. Yep, Greg. Yeah, I don't want the death wobble, so I'm a little nervous in that area. So I've been ducked a few times, just a few. The 07 Acuras, they get really good gas mileage. I ain't gonna lie. I do know that. Most of the front end, yeah. You got ducked. You don't understand it? Okay, so it's just like a kind gesture. It's kind of like I really like your Jeep. So a duck's a good thing. Yes, I do collect ducks. I love that you can like alternate inside of it. So there's always like an expansion for it. So like there's a great place for me to put my gun. I have like a slide in that I got from We the People for my holster, and it's just bolted in and just take it off. And then you can do different types of mounts and racks and all kinds of stuff in there. Yeah, they're on my dash. They're on my dashboard. They roll around. They're awesome. I do like those. You have a 2500 Ram 05. You have an 05 Ram. Are we really having this conversation right now? Okay, United Truth, that thing is going to run till it has like 600,000 miles. I'm going to tell you now. It may break down a few times in there, but that right there. Oh, David, stop hating on my Jeep. I love my Jeep. My dad had the same one, and it ran forever and ever. Yeah, that's not going to happen, Hunter. Your mom called. Your ramen noodles are done. You probably should go see her. Oh, David's a Toyota. Okay. Oh, Scooters. Oh, yeah. Scooters like, I got the 04 Ram. Okay. I see what you're doing here. I see what you're doing. They are tough. And they last. They got a life in them. You had an 01 2500 Tiffany. What? Let's go. Let's not say that, David. We're being friendly in here. Stop wishing it. No. I don't like Fords. I like Mustangs. I don't like Fords. Do not cheap stocks. Stop, David. Stop it, David. You own an 05 Ford Ranger? Okay. Monkey, there's a gift button right there. Just go ahead and start dropping them. There is, Stacy, there is. 68. The ex-wife took the brand new Mustang, but it was worth it. You just sacrificed the Mustang. You were just like, I guess that one's got to go. That one's got to go. Thanks, Evo. You can buy a new, better one. True. True. Y'all, we went from prepping, bugs, like that ADHD just flew. Cars, trucks, engines, Jeeps, comparing stocks. We had quite the conversation. We've had quite the conversation tonight. Y'all, this was delightful and I appreciate it. If you guys enjoyed the live, please type down below if you did enjoy it. Make sure you're giving it a thumbs up if you're new in here. Oh, guns. We could talk guns. We were talking guns earlier, but I do have to get off of here because it is dinner time. It is 8 p.m. for me. My phone is about to die. It's warned me like 3 times now. So I will be live again this week. If you live in Utah and you want to do the Jace hunt, make sure you follow my other social medias. It's Charmingly Frugal on TikTok and Instagram. And that's where all the hints and clues are to where you can find a free Jace case. But I hope you guys had a wonderful night, and I will catch you guys next time. Excellent show. We had a great one. All right, I will catch you guys later. Have a good night.